Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Ngora, Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Oh, he's on the way. Okay. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardinal.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Okay, we are.
Mayor Sohi, could I just read out a quick safety
Yes,
announcement before we jump right back in?
please do. That'll be a standing item on the agenda from now on, I
Yes.
understand. Okay.
Thank you so much. So just going to take a quick moment to just give everybody in council chambers a reminder of the emergency evacuation procedures in case we hear a fire alarm. If we do hear a fire alarm, everybody needs to evacuate through the nearest safety exit. Those seated in the gallery behind us need to take direction from security on how to get out of the building, get out of the room. And the meeting clerk, if you can, all those councillors sitting in front of me can just follow me out as well. After evacuating the room, please proceed to the stairwell, evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to a muster point. Please do not take the elevator or walk through City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are on to our first item of business, 7.4, 2022 Edmonton Police Service Annual Report. We have a delegation from Edmonton Police Commission and Edmonton Police Service. Over to you. Please introduce your delegation and start the presentation.
Eric Hammond, I'm the chair of the Edmonton Police Commission.
Anila Hussein Ali, Vice Chair of the Commission.
And you know, Carrie, EPS.
Matt Parker, Edmonton Police Commission.
Brian Harker with Edmonton Police Service.
Lori Lorenz with the Edmonton Police Service.
Thank you.
Derek McIntyre with the Edmonton Police Service.
Jared Hertzun with the Edmonton Police Service.
Dwayne Hunter with City of Edmonton.
Yes, thank you so much. Before we go to the presentation, I would like to welcome some students joining us from Dickensfield School. Yes, grade 7. Right on. And they are here with the teacher Nadia Halabi and Ward Taswinuak. Councillor Principe is your ward councillor. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here for the day? Whole day. Oh, right on. Oh, that is great. Are you also talking, are you doing a mock console?
They won't be doing mock console until March because they're grade 7, their 5 days with me are spread out, so they're not missing all their classes that they usually have during the day.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with everything, and thank you so much for joining us. Okay. Now we'll go over to the delegation for the presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the Edmonton Police Commission, thank you to all members of council for the invitation to speak about the Edmonton Police Service's 2022 annual report. In our assessment of the annual report, the Commission is pleased overall. It is important to note that this report marks the end of the strategic planning cycle for the service, and the new and improved goals and measures will be used for the 2023-2026 cycle. That being said, the Commission endorsed the 2022 goals entirely. The Commission supports the police service's balance and enforcement approach. We recognize the need to offer alternatives and off-ramps for people involved in the criminal justice system. The Guns and Gang Strategy and the Diversion First program are important initiatives that balance support with enforcement. We are pleased to see the EPS improve frontline services by creating and implementing the 10-squad patrol model. We also support the service as a partner and an advocate for the community they serve by facilitating strategic partnerships and connecting individuals to services that divert them from pathways that are harmful to themselves and our society. The Healthy Streets Operations Center and its community safety teams are an example of community partnership in action. We fully support the service's strategy of diverting those that should not be in the justice system to other sustainable supports. The service is fostering a policing culture of innovation and advancement, which is a welcomed approach. The Commission believes police can achieve better outcomes based on clear evidence and data. An example of this approach in action is the Human-Centered Engagement and Liaison Partnership Unit, or HELP, recognized with a provincial award for the unit's work to connect police officers with social agency navigators to get vulnerable individuals the support they need. Finally, we are encouraged by the service's commitment to create an inclusive workforce and environment for its staff. By growing its talent and leveraging its diversity, the service can create a more resilient organization. The Commission also wants EPS members to feel valued and respected for the work they do, which will drive better employee satisfaction, productivity, and ultimately retention of police officers. We were pleased to see that EPS is fostering inclusion, equity, and diversity in its workforce. More than half of recruits came from diverse backgrounds, half identified as part of a racialized group, and represented more than 20 languages spoken. We also welcome the increase of female employees in the service. The Commission was pleased to see that EPS goals align with that of our strategic direction, and we appreciate the opportunity to see the results of actions taken by the police service to move in this regard. The 2022 annual report shows that police service is aligned with the Commission in achieving measurable results. We are encouraged that EPS are moving in the right direction to build a safer, more inclusive Edmonton for everyone. I want to conclude by saying that this report is the first of the reports that we will be sharing with Council as part of our commitment under the reporting and accountability framework we presented earlier this year. We will continue to come on a yearly basis to present the annual report and are looking into ways to expand our reporting and information sharing with Council. For example, the Commission will be discussing the 2024 ways that we can share portions of our annual audit plan in order to increase transparency in our internal audit function. As the Commission has primary oversight of the service, one of the ways that we fulfill this responsibility is to ensure that areas which might pose a risk are looked at through an audit lens, with the findings being reported to the Commission on a regular basis. We look forward to more discussion in 2024 and will share our path forward on this subject at a public meeting of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the Commission's thoughts on the annual report. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. We are here to share with you one of the ways we keep our Commission informed on the progress we are making towards our goals. We do this through metrics and success stories. Director Brian Harker and his team lead strategic design, research, and evaluation for the service, and he will be walking you through the presentation today. We work in partnership to create this annual report with Superintendent Derek McIntyre from our Information Management, Analytics, and Reporting Division. Once Brian is done his presentation, we are here to answer any questions you may have on the process.
Thank you. We can progress to the next slide, please. So the annual report is a required document as set out in the Alberta Police Act. The required contents of what should be included in a police service annual report are outlined in our Alberta provincial policing standards. So this serves as an accountability document to provide the province and to the people of Edmonton a report on the progress of the police. The annual report also provides an opportunity to report on how we're progressing against and achieving the transformational goals and outcomes as outlined in our strategy. Finally, the annual report allows EPS to tell our story. It sheds some light on some of the innovative approaches that we're using to progress as a forward-thinking police service. We can move to the next slide, please. The story that the 2022 EPS annual report shares is that EPS workload is increasing. With a call for service being evaluated every 39 seconds each day, EPS responded to about 96,624 incidents, one of the highest in Canada based on population. Both the total crime rate and the crime severity index increased in 2022 to levels similar to 2020. EPS is listening and responding to the needs of Edmontonians through the commitment to action and our community advisory councils. And EPS is delivering good value for money. Edmonton has one of the highest incidents per 100,000 population, but one of the lowest costs per incident among comparable police services in Canada. Next slide. The 2022 EPS annual report presented data related to various indicators and measures. This section will focus on the measures from the annual report that are aligned to the EPS strategic plan. Go to the next slide. EPS was guided by 4 strategic goals for the 2020 to 2022 planning cycle. These goals were developed through extensive engagement with EPS employees, our Edmonton Police Commission, and our community partners. Today we'll review each of those goals in more detail in the following slides. Go to the next one, please. So the first is balance, support, and enforcement. And this goal is about ensuring people are appropriately directed to systems that provide the right balance between support and enforcement, depending on their circumstances, to work towards a safer Edmonton. In 2022, we saw an increase in both violent and property crime. In response to this, EPS works towards developing a stronger frontline presence and targeted response to violence in downtown and Chinatown as requested by Edmontonians. In addition, EPS began the implementation of the Guns and Gangs strategy in 2022. This strategy targets the behavior of some of the most violent and dangerous offenders in Edmonton. As part of EPS's strategy to reduce demand on the justice system, programs like Diversion First are offering more community support services to better improve community safety and manage offenders. We're also seeing increasing youth diversion rates and help referrals. Next slide, please. Partner and advocate is our second goal, and this is about identifying and working with strategic partners to drive community safety together. A key accomplishment in this area in 2022 was establishing Project Connect. This has become the Healthy Streets Operations Center that is resources from EPS, Fire, Alberta Health Services, and peace officers working collaboratively to support areas of the city with high levels of victimization and crime. We have developed a partnership with AHS to build out the PACT program that sees an EPS constable paired with a mental health therapist from AHS. The mental health therapist and the police officer from PACT work together to assess the client's mental health needs and determines the appropriate action to support the client. The decrease in referrals that you can see here can be attributed to community care providers needing to limit their in-person contact with patients due to COVID. As another note on PACT, the 2021 data was only partially available, which is why we see a lower number for that year. If we can go to the next slide. So Innovate and Advance is about fostering a culture of innovation at EPS so we can effectively use our resources to build community safety. Dispatched calls for service have been declining since 2018 due to a few factors. More calls are being routed to 211 and 311 if they are non-emergency in nature. As well, EPS has been increasing its usage of online reporting, where businesses and individuals can report a crime such as shoplifting through an online portal versus having a police officer arrive in person. Both of these things have resulted in a decrease in dispatched calls and can be observed in the data. Occurrences in suppression zones slightly increased in 2022, while there has been an uptick in overall crime rates. This is primarily due to patrol officers being reallocated from suppression zones and teams to Project Connect, which sought to target crime and victimization in Chinatown, Alberta Ave, the downtown core, and downtown transit stations. We're also observing a slight increase in proactive police time. This measure indicates the amount of time our patrol officers that they can dedicate to activities that serve to prevent or deter crime and disorder from happening. As we continue to prioritize police resources to the front line, we're pleased to see this number increase. The next slide, please. And lastly, our Grow Diverse Talents goal is about establishing an inclusive and diverse workforce. EPS continues to improve its culture of diversity and inclusion. A key example is within our recruitment and training programs. From 2018 to 2022, self-identified diversity in recruit classes has increased from 57% to 70%. These newly graduated constables also receive training to help understand the diverse communities and their needs within Edmonton. Beginning in January 2022, recruit classes go through a blanket exercise, which is an interactive workshop that takes recruits through the timeline of Indigenous history and the various impacts historical events have had on them. We're also seeing an increasing trend in employee turnover at EPS. This is not isolated to EPS, with police services across North America and the world facing similar challenges. We're operating in increasingly competitive labor market that is leading to more movement of our people to other opportunities. Next slide, please. So the Edmonton Police Service operates in an environment where we have more incidents requiring police intervention and support than most other comparable municipalities in Canada, which is what's reflected in the graph on the screen. This means that EPS needs to effectively allocate its resources to support the needs of the communities that we serve. And next slide. So I'll now turn it back over to the EPC chair for final words.
This being the last time I'll be in front of you in this capacity, I've asked to provide some closing remarks regarding the annual report. I've been on the commission now for 6 years, and I think the previous council very much made appointments with a change mandate, and so we as a commission provided a lot of direction to the service to reform, to change in a way that would be more responsive to the community needs that we see in our city. And so we hired a chief of police and passed that mandate on to him. When it comes to our strategic direction and annual report, I've sat here and seen a lot of frustration from this council. I appreciate your frustration in that the role you have when it comes to policing is to appoint us as commissioners and then write a check. And we provide all the direction to the service. And I think for our community that's confusing because they've elected you to direct our city, to determine how our city runs. But the Municipal Act and the Police Act say that's not the case when it comes to policing. That's the role of the commission. And I think I think what I would like to leave you with is the thought that we need to make sure we're working together to explain to the public that that's how this works. It's not great because they voted for the mayor. They didn't vote for me. And yet I'm in a position to provide a lot more direction to the police than our mayor. But that's the reality of the world we exist. And I think one of the challenges we've had in delivering a strategy and an annual report that our community can be really proud of is that there are signals from our elected officials as to what our police should be doing. And that, I think, confuses people, and I think it makes it more difficult for us to be able to deliver what our community needs. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and on behalf of council, thank you so much for your service, Eric, as well as Anila. 6 years of dedication to police commission requires a lot of hours of work and the reading and oversight that you provide. So we really appreciate all the work that you have done on behalf of Edmontonians and being representatives of council and Edmontonians on the commission. Thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it. Okay. Now we'll go to questions from council members. Councillor Hamilton exempted this, so please go ahead.
Yeah, and as I think is our practice, I will put the motion to accept for information on the floor.
Thank you. We need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Principe, okay. Good.
So I thank you for the presentation. There's sort of one area that I think is worth coming back to that's been an issue for quite some time, and that is the issue of workforce retention. And I think that you sort of disaggregated the women in the workforce. We've seen I'm going to say a steady increase. How I understand that EPS changed the shift structure, including allowing for day shifts. Am I recalling that correctly? Can you talk about how that's impacting your ability to recruit and retain staff?
So thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Yes, we have, when we implemented the 10 squad model, we implemented 2 static day shifts that allowed for members to work during the day. And so we're making efforts to accommodate folks who want to go back to patrol, or should go back to patrol, but have family. And so that is just one way that we're working on helping to retain the employees we have during the life cycle of their family.
If I could also, sorry, Councillor, if I could also add to that, the purpose behind that was also a measure of customer service. There are calls that aren't the priority 1, 2, 3s, that the lower priority calls that end up stacking over a time period. And what we found was by having that static day shift, now you have a dedicated group of employees that are able to do that follow-up with Edmontonians in terms of those things like the break-in enters, et cetera, so they're not waiting over a longer period.
That's and that's helpful as well, because that I recall being one of the sort of key complaints about the lower priority calls. Sort of follow on for that, you also talked about the employee separation or turnover, and I'm wondering what proportion of that turnover is women, since you have the sort of how are they churning out of the organization, higher capacity at a higher rate or proportional to the population?
I actually don't have that number with me. Let me see here. We would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Perhaps another thing that I'll pull out is that we saw for the first time today cost per incident framework. And I understand that's a relatively new way of measuring the sort of like the incidents in the city. And I'm wondering if you could expand on that a little bit more, or why you chose that metric.
So, sorry, Brian.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So cost per incident, it's more reflective than something like a per capita to show how many incidents are actually available within a community. So within Edmonton, like I said in the presentation, we operate in an environment where we see many more incidents that require police intervention than other municipalities within Canada. The only one that comes close is Regina. And so that gives a better idea of how many police incidents we have to deal with for the amount of budget that we have.
And if I could add to that, we're also trying to follow a bit of a best practice moving, as you would probably know, Stats Canada moved away from that per capita discussion over a decade ago. So we don't know if there is any value in communicating in that as opposed to what it is that we're actually paying for.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ammon, for your service on the Police Commission. You and I started at the same time, so it's been a long 6 years. I appreciate you speaking to sort of some of the tricky power dynamics when it comes to the police governance, and you know, I was wondering if perhaps you could provide some insight into you know, the impact that the confusion that you spoke about has on the ability to ultimately provide safe and effective policing.
I think the confusion is when we get signals from council, it's very difficult for us to ignore those signals. So when council indicates that they would like the service to do something differently, it's difficult for us to ignore people who have been elected. Our citizens voted for you. They didn't vote for any of us, and yet we're the ones who are tasked with making those decisions. And it's difficult to ignore you or try to provide direction to the service that we think may be better than the advice that we're getting from council. And so I think it's not muddied the waters. It's made it difficult for us to make decisions that are contrary to the signals we get from council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So, Mr. Altman, so on that line then, I think we're just communicating what Edmontonians are telling us. So is there a better sort of line of sight, better communication strategy that maybe needs to be looked at?
I think so. I think we reinstated the quarterly luncheons. I think that's a really good start to open up those lines of communication. I don't think we want to ignore the public. That's not our intent at all. But when you make statements here, I think that creates a public expectation. The public doesn't understand that it's not your decision to make. It's our decision to make. And so when you say something like we need more police downtown, we are working on things to respond to disorder in the downtown area, but we can't do them as quickly as I think most people would like. And I think when council says this is what we would like to see, there's a public expectation that's created that we can't respond to immediately. We can give the chief direction that we're concerned about disorder in the downtown area and then ask him to develop some sort of response to that. But it's slower than I think people would like. And again, when it's said here, I think it creates that public expectation that this is what's going to happen. And unfortunately, we may decide that the murder rate is increasing so dramatically in North Edmonton that there needs to be more energy put into that space than into, for example, noise complaints. I think would probably be a more obvious one where we've made it clear what we'd like our service to do, but when council says something to the effect of what are you doing about noise complaints, it creates this expectation that our police service is going to pivot to addressing noise complaints as opposed to what we've asked the service to pivot to, which is more community policing.
Okay, so does the commission need to change its communication strategy to engage Edmontonians, to get the feedback directly from them rather than going through us?
100%. I mean, we're trying. We've been, from the day I started, there was this, I was confused as to what the police commission did before I joined. I mean, it took me going through the recruit process to fully understand what the purpose of the police commission is, and we have been working to increase public awareness of what our role is, because they look to you to say, why aren't our police doing something? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, you have to point to the Police Act to say, all we can do is write a check and appoint a bunch of these people to try to figure out what our police service should be doing. I mean, this is probably the best conversation I've had about this. So I'm hoping there's some reporters who are like scratching out notes and writing about, looking into the bylaws and trying to understand the Police Act and how it relates to the Municipal Act so that the public can better understand what our role is relative to governing of our police service.
Okay, thank you. And over to the workforce retention and that. The turnover, are they like long-term members? Are they new recruits that maybe have come in to the service with expectations that didn't materialize? Or what sort of stats do you have on that?
So I'll kick off and I'll turn it to my colleagues. I think what we're seeing in workforce retention has been a growing trend for all frontline responding agencies, but especially in policing over these last 4 years. We are seeing turnover, and I'll turn it over to Brian or Lori in terms of kind of the specifics here. But in the general relationship in terms of, or the view of policing that we saw during a lot of the defund movement, we did start to see a lot more attrition during that time.
Okay, so does somebody have those stats? Did you have enough time to get them together?
We currently have a retention working group. We didn't bring specific details on employee retention right now, but we do have a working group that's looking into that. I mean, I think COO Acare touched on it. Like, it's for a variety of reasons. It could be because people who are newer in their career, they move on to other careers. They are moving away to different provinces. There's other opportunities as other police services across Canada are recruiting. We're poaching from each other, right? So
okay, so then there's a gap of about 96 officers right now, right? How many classes would that take to fill that gap? 3, 4?
right now we're aiming on having 3 classes of 50 a year, but it's going to take many years to fill that gap because people are also retiring and leaving at the same time. So there's other innovative things that we're going to have to look at and that we are looking at to fill that.
Okay, I did have some follow-up. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know the police governance and council-commission relationship is very important conversation. I think we'll have to find another time for have in-depth conversation on that, but I would encourage council colleagues to focus on the annual report and what is in it and dig deeper into that as much as possible because we have a lot of other stuff to deal with as well on the agenda. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Great to have you all here this morning and really appreciate the report. You know, there's so many positive stories in the report, some really great successes, you know, Y50, Diversion First. Just wondering how, so I think Edmonton has a problem of running really successful pilot projects and then not scaling them up. So wondering just from a resourcing perspective, when you see these programs having really positive success, how do you make those decisions about scaling them up, about putting more resources into them?
So we have an evaluation group within EPS that evaluates initiatives, primarily our pilots that are going on, and evaluates against the objectives and outcomes that we had initially set out for those initiatives. If they're achieving those outcomes, then we would take decisions to our senior leadership group and Chiefs Committee and our commission to talk about which of those things we propose scaling up. A lot of times that does involve a resource request. So an example of this would be our HELP program, where we did see tremendous success and we've scaled up quite a bit and continue to do so in this year and next year. To continue to see that success. So that evaluation group is deeply rooted in research, and we have really qualified folks who are doing that work for us right now.
Great, thank you so much. You know, also really interesting to hear about some of the work that happened to reprioritize resources, so the collision reporting centers, for example. Does the commission have a compilation of some of those initiatives that have been undertaken, or just some information to share more about?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So we've been working on a product for you and the public for the last number of months. That's just going to the Commission for final approval tomorrow. So we do have a large document, and I apologize for the length of it, just setting out sort of why the Commission decided many years ago to go in a different direction, how they drove that, and the outcomes you see. So with either this week or early next week, with the Commission's permission, you'll all be receiving that document setting out we're calling it a future document, but really it's a look back to understand where this commission chooses to go, went in the past, and where they choose to go in the future. So that should be available very shortly.
Okay, thank you. You know, one piece that stood out for me in the report, and that I hear about quite frequently through my office, the report notes that the citizen perception survey says that EPS could be faster in their response time. So I was looking back at some previous reports, annual reports. So in 2021, there was sort of a breakdown of the different call priorities and what the objective for the call response time was. I don't think there were any metrics that were shared in terms of when those timelines were achieved. In 2019, though, they did have sort of the number of priority 1 calls that were responded to in the required timeline. So just recognizing that that's something that came through the citizen satisfaction survey, just wondering if those metrics are still being captured and if those are being shared.
So I'll start off and I'll throw it to Chair Antman. I think this is something that we're very live to as a service, and some of the things that you already have heard about and will continue to communicate are some of the things that we can do to try to reduce the demand for our officers. So whether it be online reporting so citizens can report that way, thereby freeing officers to be able to address where you need an in-person police officer to address whatever the issue may be. These are the things that we're focusing on in terms of making sure that we can utilize the resources best so that we can improve those response times. But I think Chair Antman has some thoughts that he'd like to add on that.
So the citizen satisfaction survey is a very good example of like a change within our police service. When I started, the citizen survey said, do you want the police to show up in 12 minutes, 9 minutes, or 7 minutes, or 3? And everybody wanted them to show up in 3. And now it's 50 questions. It's much, much, much more elaborate. And I think the metrics that we're using have also changed dramatically. So we used to come to council to say the average priority 1 call is being responded to within 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And so therefore we need a lot more money so we can get it down to 7 minutes. And now we're having much more sophisticated metrics as to what our police service is doing and how they're responding to public need.
For sure, and I think you're absolutely right. I've heard you say before that used to be the metric. It still seems to me that it could be a metric. So appreciate the initiatives underway. Just wondering again, just sort of that information sharing and transparency with those measures.
It is for sure a metric. I think if you look across the country, there are still many services that use that as the exclusive metric, and their councils are funding that metric to bring that number down to 7 minutes because it's best practice, whatever that exactly means. I think there's a lot of transparency in our service. This is a service that has said to the public, this is what you think about us, and in some places it's ugly, and we are going to respond to your need. We see that. We've asked you, you've been blunt with us as to what we're doing not so well, and we're going to change so that we can better respond to that and improve those metrics.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe just to pick up on some of the remarks from the chair, really appreciate you pointing out the importance of role clarity. And I think that's something we can all collectively work on to enhance that understanding with Edmontonians. You know, I have noticed over the past 2 years a bit of a trend where, and I'm just reflecting what I'm hearing from constituents, where they've shared that in certain instances they've been informed by EPS that you know, they're not enforcing certain things, or they're doing certain things because council has set a mandate for them to do so, and those are always, yeah, extra concerning because we want to make sure that Edmontonians are getting the right information as to where that responsibility lies. So, thoughts on what's being done on the commission side to ensure that messaging is consistent and accurate.
I think the commission has really tried to sort of make it about metrics, make it about what are the facts that, you know, what is actually happening, because anecdotes win out all of the time. So we could talk about transit safety as an example where yesterday the chief of police said the thing that he's most proud of is how much safer our transit has become this year relative to the previous year. But there's always going to be an anecdote about something bad happening. And so we try to really push out a message about this is what's happening. These are the trend lines that you're seeing. So when we see a trend that's going in the wrong direction, we ask our chief, what can you do to bring that trend back in line and push it down? And so that's the impetus for the change that you see. It's those trend lines going in one direction, and the commission advising or asking the chief, how are you as a service going to respond to this to bring that line down? And so we try to make it about those metrics because, I mean, individually we're all going to have a story to tell, and we as a commission try to sort of raise above that to say, yes, there are lots of incidents that happen in our city, but what is the direction that we're seeing in terms of those trend lines, whether it's disorder downtown? Is it going in the right direction or the wrong direction? If it's going in the wrong direction, we need to change, and if it's going in the right direction, we need to continue to make further investments in the spaces that are causing that change.
And is there any sort of tracking or metrics taking place around this particular question?
There's a lot of metrics, so that's why I'm looking at these
well,
to give you something
maybe
specific.
I'll just be clear. Are there any metrics to track instances where officers are informing Edmontonians that you know, it's council who is giving that direction? Again, just really, I really am taking your point around the importance of role clarity, and want to make sure that that's being tracked.
Yeah, what we encourage all councillors to do is when you get those, you turn that into a complaint that comes to us, so that we can look into the incident. And I mean, Matt, you will elaborate on the numbers, but yeah, we take it very seriously. When you get those complaints, we want them to come to us because we're the body that can respond to them.
Furthermore, I mean, we've heard this over the last couple of years. This is not a direction that's set by the police service. We do have conversations as a leadership table as well as at the parade table with our frontline employees. So if this is happening and there is a name, then please let us know. But this is not a communication that's coming from the service. That being said, we're an organization of 3,000 people. Employees may read the media, read social media, and make their own inferences, but this isn't a direction that's coming from the service.
For sure, for sure. And maybe just to follow up on that, how can we, I guess, collectively take steps to enhance that education for Edmontonians?
I would love to, I think I would love to see a lot better communication between us. I would love to see a lot more coordinated effort. I think the reality is, mayor and council have an incredible amount of moral authority relative to the commission. People want to know what you think. They don't care what I think. And so what you message matters a lot more than what I message. We can give you the reality and the facts of what's happening, and then it's ultimately up to you to message to the public. But the more factual we are, I think the better off we are as a community. There are going to be times when things are going in the wrong direction and it's bad, it's getting worse, and we need to then say, okay, it's getting worse, here's what we're going to do to improve things. Here's our service, which is determined to make our city a much safer space for all of us, but things are going in the wrong direction, and here's how we're going to change, and here's how we're going to make our city safer, and then report back that our city is in fact becoming safer because of the changes that we're making. I think the mixed messaging that comes from either the service or council just confuses it, and those anecdotes will win out because there will be a murder, there will be something horrible happening in our city, but is it a trend, or is it an incident that's happened? I think that's really important for us to figure out how to message to our community whether or not we're less safe than we were yesterday and how we're changing, or that we're more safe than we were yesterday because of the changes we made.
And just really quickly, there are going to be some instances, there are going to be some instances where an officer is going to be dealing with a constituent that it's going to be a bylaw issue, and if the constituent may feel a certain way about the bylaw, the best direction is to speak to their counselors. So I don't want to say that this isn't going to happen.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I go to Councillor Paquette, I would like to welcome some students that are joining us from Kensington Elementary School, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Mrs. R. Barnes, and Ward Nernick. Your ward councillor is Councillor Rutherford, joining us virtually for this meeting. She can wave to you. You can see on the screen over there, or that side, you can see that she's waving to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here for the day only, or afternoon? Just the morning. And are you doing your mock council? I must ask, because that is becoming a tradition now. You are. Have you decided, what is your topic of discussion? Who's the mayor? Sir. You want to come down here? Come down to the microphone. Tell us your name and tell us the topic you'll be discussing.
My name is Abdul Bari, and the council is about the city of Edmonton should take a greater role on the cleanliness of public bathrooms.
Oh, cleanliness, public bathrooms. Ooh, okay. And would you tell us once you are done your debate, what do you decide? Let your teacher know, and we would love to learn what your decision would be. Will you let us know that? Let us know. Okay, cool. And good luck with your deliberation, and good luck chairing the meeting. And wish you all the best. Thank you so much for joining us. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, now we're back to questions to Edmonton Police Commission and Edmonton Police Service. That's what we're discussing today. We have Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Police Commission coming to council to report on the work they're doing to make our communities safer. And so we are having that conversation with them. That's the topic of discussion that we have in front of us today. Yeah. So Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, looking at the report and the incidents, what can council do for the EPC that we have not yet already done that could help reduce the determinants of crime?
Sorry, Councillor, I was going to answer. So you have an outstanding motion that we're working on from council to put together a list of gaps in services in which both the city, through the mayor, and the commission could advocate with the provincial and federal governments on where their investments could be best directed to address the issue you just raised.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you.
I would just add, or would like to add, I think the commission has very much recognizes that there's a lot of issues that are policing issues, and there's a lot of issues that aren't policing issues. And the chief says often, you know, we can't police our way out of some of these issues, and that's where I think we look to council to do the advocacy on the solutions that aren't police solutions. You know, you provide funding to police this city, but a lot of the social issues that exist in our city exist because of other spaces. You know, whether it's housing, whether it's mental health supports, whether it's health supports, whether it's education. There's a lot of spaces that we need improvement so that we don't need to apply policing solutions.
Yeah, strong advocacy role. Okay, thank you. So on that, from public messaging, you know, I heard a little bit about some confusion about direction. And I'm just wondering, I heard like when we get different messages from council, do you mean council or do you mean individual councillors?
Individual councillors.
Okay.
When you do things collectively, it's very clear. I think it's your words carry a lot of weight in the public sphere, a lot more weight than anything I could ever say. And the media does a disservice to our community by quoting you individually rather than this was the decision that was made by council. But that does us a disservice in terms of what we're trying to do and the message we're trying to get out. When things are bad, we say, you know, they're going in the wrong direction, we need to do something differently. And when they're good, we put out that message. But individual councillors, I think, can defeat the message with one sentence.
All right. And you know, we all know in this room that individual councillors hold zero authority without the will of council, but the public may not know that. Is that sort of what you're saying?
100%. I mean, I speak on behalf of the commission, but I can't make a decision at all. I need our commission to vote, and I think that's one of the things that's not understood. So I understand that when I say these words, I need to be thoughtful that it reflects the commission's position.
Yeah.
And you as councillors don't have to do that.
Well,
you can say things that reflect your position.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. In the grand scheme of things, we should. But, okay, so on that note then, has there been any thought from EPS and from EPC to make it very clear to the public, hey, council does not give us direction. What you see as far as deployment or choices or anything like that, that's in our wheelhouse. We make those decisions. Council is not directing us.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think I can refer again to that document that the Commission will be approving tomorrow, sets out the legislative framework and sets out the core decision-making that is
sure, and we'll understand that, but in plain basic words for the public, because, hey, if you want councillors to stop having mixed messages from individual offices, maybe the best thing to do is make it clear to the public that councillors can't do that.
I mean, I think we've made it clear in the past, and we will continue to use our voice as a service in terms of we make the decisions where we deploy based on data, and that's something that we will continue to do.
We may feel that we made it clear in this room, but the public is certainly not clear on this issue.
Absolutely, and that's something that we can continue to do. I think where it becomes blurry is when we end up having discussions in forums such as this, not right now, but on operational decisions on where we do deploy specific resources, and that's where the confusion may actually arise.
But isn't that just a function of democracy, where elected officials speak on behalf of their residents to ask these questions?
Oh, it is a function of democracy, sir, absolutely. But what we're talking about is then how it gets communicated after we leave this room.
Okay, all right, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So unlike some of my colleagues, my office has not received any comments or concerns from constituents about police suggesting that they've been given such direction. I just wanted to clarify that. And now, from my understanding, and Chair Abtman, you, I believe, suggested this, that when we do get a concern or a question from a constituent, what my office has been doing is directing it to EPC. That is what our responsibility is, correct?
Yes, Councillor, and I'll just reflect on the reporting and accountability framework that the Commission presented to you earlier this year that you approved as a group in whole or part. There were some items that you were going to deal with differently. That is unique in Canada, to my knowledge. You get an unprecedented level of interaction with your Commission on the topics set out in that reporting and accountability framework. I am happy, and my team is happy to manage all of your constituents' questions, concerns, complaints the best we can, either by routing them, navigating them to the right system, or if it's a request for information, we have a system to be able to manage those. So the Commission has made those changes for yourself and for Edmontonians to be more transparent, more open, and be able to be responsive to your constituents that choose to come to your office with questions about policing.
So can I request some specific wording that I can use to relay to the constituents about our role as council?
Yeah,
can we work on that together?
Absolutely. We do have some stuff some material on our website that we can leverage. It's in the frequently asked questions, but based on that, we will put together a 1 or 2 pager for you. And I'll work with our comm shop and ensure that it's available for you. And we can do that within a month or 2.
Okay, yeah, that's great, thank you. And then I did want to ask about Diversion First. I think it's an excellent program. I think it's really good. And you work with BGC Bigs, is that correct? Or are there other organizations that you work with for the Diversion First program?
YMCA of Northern Alberta and BCG Bigs, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Is there anything we can do as council in that role, or just supporting?
No, I think supporting is great. This is something that our community partners have really leaned in on with our service to how do we ensure that we're not going to be entrenching youth, especially youth that are low risk within the criminal justice system, and get them on the path. So not all of it is going to be police work, but there's definitely a justice aspect to it. And we have partners who are really stepping up. So this is something that has been given a national award from the federal justice minister, and something that we're extremely proud of with our partners. But Councillor, if you don't mind jumping back to your previous question, something that would help and for consistency is we've had instances that we've had constables get direct emails from different council offices regarding where to be in regarding where to address a certain situation, that they're getting feedback from their constituents. And I think making sure that those things consistently get routed to the EPC so that the commission can communicate with the service in terms of the feedback that they're getting is what's going to make it very easy for our front line to just understand role clarity there.
Okay, yeah, good point. Thank you for that. And then the traffic fatalities, I wanted to ask about that. Does that include pedestrians as well?
Yes, our traffic fatalities would include everything, moving vehicles, motorcycles, and pedestrians.
Okay, and I know the City of Edmonton, we have our Vision Zero that we're really, focused on. And do we collaborate with EPS or EPC on that Vision Zero and working together to address that?
Yes, we do. We actually had the director from that area come and do a presentation to our Chiefs Committee. So they do collaborate.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate you all being here, and for this report, I thought I learned a lot, in this report. And in particular, I thought there's strong alignment between what you're reporting on and your strategic plan, those 4 pillars. And there were a number of things in there, like awards you received that I didn't really know about. So, appreciate sharing that information. I was but I think as you've pointed out in your cover report, the timing of this one, by the time you were having this discussion now, it's actually kind of outdated, right? Because we're at the end of the year. This is the last council meeting. And I'm just wondering a little bit if you can kind of talk a little bit about the timing issue. Is there a way for next year, for example, so that we don't wait until the last day of council calendar to have this discussion?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. So this was a tragic year. We had deaths of officers in earlier this year, and then a subsequent RCMP member passed away. The intent is not to wait till December. We had a large volume of workload on our plate with respect to funding formula and other reporting to council. So the intent is not to leave it at all to December of the following year. The commission will receive this in March or April, and then I will be working closely with your clerk's office to get it onto your agenda shortly thereafter.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. And I found the page and the slide, the last one around value for money, really interesting, and appreciate those numbers. I guess I just thought it was a little light, and I was curious if that's standard, kind of in other police services. When we report on value for money, it's about incident per population and cost per incident.
I would agree that it's not completely reflective of the entire value for money picture. It is one singular data point that we can look to say how many incidents we're handling within the police budget, but there are many other areas, as you'll see highlighted throughout the annual report, that are producing value for money from a prevention standpoint, from a community engagement standpoint, that are also producing community safety that wouldn't be reflected in that measure.
Right.
So
yeah, and I'm sure you're having that, reporting that conversation with the commission, because that's the appropriate mechanism through the legislation and not necessarily with this body. But I guess when I think about, say, a city department, and when we look at value for money, we use tools like audits to dig into specific areas, and it provides a much more comprehensive review, and it doesn't just boil down to the numbers. It's much more contextual, very qualitative, and I'm assuming you're doing that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So yes, there is an internal audit function at the Edmonton Police Service. It's a very, very skilled team that reports to the commission. They have an annual report, or not an annual report, sorry, an audit plan that must be signed off by the commission, and the commission has input to it and must approve it. There are reports that are released annually. One you may have seen at our last committee meeting, the officer contact and observed report audit was on the public agenda last month. The commission is meeting early next year to discuss how to share more of those audit reports where it's appropriate and safe to do so with the public and council. So there are obviously some audit reports such as you have from your auditor that would never be shared publicly, cybersecurity or other safety issues. Others audit reports are up for consideration for sharing at public meetings of the commission going forward.
Interesting. Could this body get kind of like a list of that or a plan of that, so we kind of know what to anticipate in terms of like what could be public and what could, you know?
So your council commissioners will have input into that discussion next year, and there'll be sort of, again, some of the audit contents or even topics may not be shared suitable for public sharing just due to the sensitivity. Others will go into an annual audit plan. There's some consideration of annual reporting by that office to the commission, again, for public consumption. So that will be something that the commissioners will be asked to work through early next year.
I mean, something, an annual report like the one that we're talking about today, typically has input from our council commissioners as well. But I actually think it's a very healthy conversation we can have, in the public sphere. I mean, I am contemplating on a motion to request the commission to provide either an audit plan and program service review plan, just for awareness and knowledge. I'm not sure what does it have to be a full-on public discussion? I'm not sure. It could be a memo. It could be something that lines up with the annual report discussion. I'm open to that, but I just want to put it out there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. When one piece I was going to say to express gratitude I've heard from the members is the new cannabis policy, the fit for service policy. Then I recall that would be a 2023, not a 2022. Is that correct? That's coming into effect just now.
Yeah, that wouldn't be something we'd have in our annual report.
Okay, well, noted. I heard gratitude from members about that. Overall, I'd say while I appreciated the 2022 report, it had a lot of anecdotes. I don't feel it was as strong as compared to the 2021 report. I think at this table we had a very, very good conversation about the 2021 report, and part of it was it had more actual data, like the calls for service and such like that. So I'd appreciate as feedback in the 2023 report if we could return to a little bit more of those, like sharing some of those direct metrics. Like I recall we had a really good conversation about priority 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, and what do the police actually, like what are actually the number one burdens on their time. So I think that would be very helpful to add, as well as the funder, a better sense of some of the staffing allocations. Like I appreciate the in the 2022 report, there's a I'm looking for it here. It's about the animal control. And I'll say I was somebody who was super skeptical about the animal control, that I didn't think, I was like, why is the police paying for this? This should be a city function. But then, talking and hearing more, you actually get some, like, there's a very disturbing link between people who end up in that department and then end up in much, much more disturbing places in life too. So when you talk about getting the most violent offenders, so seeing more data about that, not just, that would be helpful as well too, just as an example. And then I just wanted to unpack that calls for service, the costing on the, switching tabs here, on page 47. So could you explain this value for money? So we have 9,928 calls per service per 100,000 population. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So essentially 11 times 9,928 would be our annualized calls. Is that right?
Not calls, but incidents that we would respond to, yeah.
What's the difference between a call and an incident?
So a call can come in various forms, and it'll be diverted to one of many sources. So as we mentioned, it might be non-emergency, which we would divert to 211, 311. An incident is something that requires police presence to respond to.
Okay, so an incident is a unit is deployed.
Correct.
Right, okay. And that may not be time sensitive. It could be, we will send somebody 3 days later to go and deal with that, like say it's paperwork or something.
Potentially.
Okay. And our cost at 4,000 is lower. What do you attribute that to?
There's many factors that could go into what makes this up. I think the overall incidence is due to the environment that we operate in. There's many things that are contributing to it within Edmonton. Are you asking about the dollar allocation and what we contribute that to?
Yeah.
I think we have a set budget, and we have a set amount of incidents that we need to respond to. So the quality that we're able to respond to, when you compare it to something like York or Peel, where they have more than double the budget allocation to respond to their incidents, I would contribute it to us being judicious with the resources that we have to be able to respond to those in a way that our partners don't need to be as judicious with those resources.
Interesting. So you took all the calls and then you divided it and averaged it, and we come out to 4,000. Yeah. So for some of the, because we have like some I wonder. Yeah, I really like. I think this is really interesting. Is it from I see it's from the Community Safety Knowledge Alliance. Is there a full report we could read on this?
Yes, there is. It was a 2022 report in June that we had provided earlier. I can't remember exactly the context, but we can provide it if
Okay.
you'd like to look more into it.
All right. Yeah. Excellent. Because I'm thinking about crisis diversion as well too. And one of the investments we made was, I think, an extra 8 million, 10 million towards crisis diversion. So will that continue to, in future years, as service goes up, will you expect to see, again, a lower cost per service call?
This will still Crisis diversion, by the time it's actually diverted to crisis diversion, that means we're not sending an officer.
Oh,
So we're still
okay.
talking about incident that requires a police response.
Right. So I could read this as maybe like the incidents that our police are going to are just very inexpensive. It could be
Next, sorry, Councillor
Darn,
Jans,
okay.
gotta come for a second round. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Soyan. Thank you for this report. A few remaining questions. I just want to quickly go back, and I appreciate I heard a conversation about maybe a separate governance conversation, so I don't want to dwell on it too much, but there were two things I heard that I want to just dig into. I heard reference to potentially councillors sending individual officers messages about where patrols should be. I imagine there's a process to ensure that that is being properly dealt with, because that's not permitted. And has the commission gone through whatever process is needed to ensure that? Yeah, I'm sure it was the best of intentions, but just to provide clarity around who does what.
Yeah, when we learn of something like this, we do reach out to the counselor and have a conversation about, you know, whose role is what's sort of onside, what's offside, and I mean, we all make mistakes, and there's
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a space. This is a space where it's confusing at the best.
I just guess I want to check, is that generally resolved, or is there still a need for a separate conversation at this point?
No, generally resolved. As something comes up, we respond.
Perfect. And then I wanted to go back to Councillor Salvador's question around, you know, and I appreciate that you're right, that the experiences we are having of constituents contact us with what messages they want to share, maybe on an individual basis, are anecdotal. And I guess the part I'm curious about is, the bigger question I've had is how, what is the general communication that goes out to members when, you know, so if a number of us on council have heard similar feedback in our wards from individual officers who might have read something in the news and had their own personal viewpoint that they shared, is there a sort of high level strategy that is communicated out to say, hey, here's what you need to know about police funding, here's what you need to know about X and Y, sort of the key messages documents that are circulated to officers to ensure that they have the best opportunity to be informed?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I will let you know that we do have this conversation between our leadership team and the Commission, but also the leadership team within the police service, and this gets cascaded down to our frontline parade tables to have this consistent conversation. Now, we haven't seen any actual complaint come in regarding a specific incident where officers are directing, outside of the one that I mentioned earlier, regarding a bylaw, but this is something that we continue to do.
Perfect. Okay. And I guess the other questions that are more directly noted in the plan, or I guess maybe one of the things that's not in the plan, and I'm curious, or the 2022 service report rather. Oh, sorry. Okay, there we go. Wanted to check on a broader communication strategy. I've heard a number of questions today about how council can be better communicating, how EPS can be better connecting with the public. You know, I think about a town hall that we did about a month ago that I thought, I wish I had recorded, because I thought it was so valuable in the voices that were all at the table, and the message that was communicated to residents. What do we have a clear communication strategy? There's a lot of great folks I know in the communications area. I don't know if I've seen something that shows how the police service, how the commission, and how council are going to communicate with the public going forward on different initiatives, on who does what, on all of those important conversations.
Thank you very much, sir. And as part of the new strategic plan, and you'll see that in the reports moving forward, Connect, Share, Involve is one of the strategic pillars or strategic goals of that, to ensure that as a service, and I'll only speak for the service, that we are communicating what we're hearing from Edmontonians that they want to know more about. So you've seen some changes in terms of calls for service, where we communicate some of the things that are happening and what the service is trying to do about it. We communicate our successes. We also communicate when things don't go well as well. So that is something that we're continually building, but it is something that we're very live to in terms of the need to connect with Edmontonians.
maybe in the last 30 seconds, just from the commission perspective, how we ensure there's sort of a cohesive strategy around communication going forward.
For the commission, most of our communication strategy is trying to inform the public about who we are and what we do. And then when it comes to the service, it's asking for a communication strategy so that there's clarity as to what the service is communicating and that we're comfortable with the plan.
Okay. I'm out of time. I might have a little more. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. First of all, please convey our deepest appreciation to EPS members and everyone else that works with EPS. These are very difficult times out there, and they do a phenomenal job keeping communities safe. And also kudos on the recruitment and attracting more diverse workforce, as well as kudos for youth diversion. I think that's a very success story of having 302 young people diverted, as well as the success of help teams. Huge uptake in the referrals. So really speaks to the work that is that's been done. I have questions related on slide number 6. Violent crime rate slightly decreasing over 2022 from 2021, but I look at the domestic violence occurrences, very high, right, and remaining high over the years, and it's slightly increasing. Can you speak to that? Because that's really concerning. We do hear about stranger on stranger crime, right? But this is very concerning. Can someone speak to that? That's on slide number 6.
Yeah, I can touch on that, sir. If you're speaking about the 2020, 2021, then 2022.
Yes.
Yeah, this is something that we've highlighted is a very big priority for the service. And for intimate partner violence, we do need to have a coalesce strategy as a city, because that isn't something that's going to be a solely police initiative to address. For us, we need some, not consolidation, but we do need some, we need to work with our social partners, social agencies for those victims of it. But we also need to start having real discussions about what are we going to do about offender management for the offenders, so that these aren't going to be individuals that move from relationship to relationship to relationship and continue to harm their partners. So this is something that we commit to continue to work with our partners on, not only for the victims, but really how do we now bend that curve for the offending partners.
Right, and that this is where some of the advocacy comes in around building the social infrastructure to help people get better, or proper support if a partner is leaving a domestic violence situation, whether shelter capacity or housing or other supports that is.
Absolutely, in terms of the infrastructure for the partner who is leaving, that is important, and any shared advocacy we can do on that is helpful, but also for the offenders in terms of how do we change and curb that behavior so they don't do it to the next person.
Got it. And why the two categories, like violent crime rate and domestic violence occurrences, that's the reason that you want to have more focused, is more kind of more complex issue, right? Domestic violence. Is that the reason that you are keeping them in a two separate categories?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. The violent crime rate is a rate that is populated in relation to the population base, so it's a rate per 100,000 citizens.
Okay.
And the priority that we put on domestic violence is the domestic violence occurrences is every occurrence.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. I understand it better now. Thank you so much for that. And also, social disorder occurrences declined a bit in 2022, but again, that goes back to the deterioration of the social sector in a way that, or not, maybe deterioration too strong a word, underinvestment in the social sector. again, so you're seeing that as reflected as well, right? The number of calls related to social disorder. Cause of that is lack of investment in social infrastructure.
Well, I think what we would say, especially over this time period, is we've actually, as a service, either spent or advocated for increased investment in the social sector. So you'll see that in 2020 and 2021 was the first year of our help teams. That was all done through EPS resources. What you would have seen in the last year was an announcement by the government of Alberta to be able to give us resources. That didn't go to police officers. It went to expansion of the social sector across our city for the help, PAC teams, and some of the youth work.
Good. All right. Thank you so much. I will move the second round.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Sohi, seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on a second round. And I am a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And I will return the chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford. Second round, Councillor, just hold on. Who was first? Here we go, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to circle back on the question. So really appreciate the discussion of the more holistic measures and considerations we're looking at. Just wondering, for me, it seems maybe sort of a both and, recognizing that response times continue to be important, that the service is still working on that. Where I'm struggling is that we don't seem to have metrics against which we can measure our progress.
Sorry, Councillor, is your question, we don't have a metric measuring our progress on response times? So the annual report that you have in front of you is a very high-level strategic progress report with indicators. We do talk about response times within our Community Policing Bureau, but one of the things that we didn't touch on last time in the previous round was part of the issue is when you focus on metrics, it actually does drive people's behavior. And we've also seen when we focus on response times an increase in accidents, people speeding more. There are impacts to that we don't want to see, and so we do have those conversations and we do look at them. You just don't see them in this report, and the way we communicate that with staff is happening. It's just not a key metric that we would see in here, and it also does to what was mentioned earlier. It has been used in the past to say we need more resources so we can get there faster, and that's not the intent.
But if I could add to that, that data still did drive some of our decision-making in terms of the 10 squad model, because by making changes to the boundaries, we want to ensure that we can optimize how quickly officers can get to specific locations. So it's not something that we're not thinking about, but we were given a mandate by our commission to really drive away from solely looking at that and having a kind of more holistic look as how we can better serve Edmontonians, and I think that's part of that.
Great. Well, maybe just two follow-ups then. So in terms of looking at the outcomes of the 10 squad model, is there a review happening there to see if it's achieved its objectives in terms of that call distribution and?
Yeah, so the evaluation team that I referenced in the last round is currently doing an evaluation of the 10 squad model. So they're designing the approach right now. We'll be kicking it off early 2024, and they'll have a report to say whether or not it had achieved those outcomes.
Great. When I think going back to Ms. Lorenz, like I appreciate that nuance in terms of how measuring certain measures and focusing solely on some measures can lead to negative outcomes. Sorry, my time hasn't started as much as I would love to keep going. I hear that. I'm also hearing just in this report that it continues to be a key of key importance to Edmontonians. So how do we communicate that out to Edmontonians?
So from the commission perspective, I think we are excited excitement about this report is that we're elevating the conversation about policing. We're not talking about 7 minutes and how many bad guys are locked up.
But if I can just clarify,
Sure.
if Edmontonians are saying in their feedback that response times continue to be of importance, that's in the report.
For sure, and for the service, that continues to be an important metric. That 7 minutes still does drive a lot of work, but from the commission, it's trying to get the public to understand that we want a service that is much more holistic than that basic understanding of what policing is, which is driving really fast and tackling people on the streets. There's much more to it, and if our service has an emphasis on keeping youth out of the justice system, that's a better service than one that's locking them up. And that's the conversation that the commission would like our community to be having.
I hear that for sure, and I think you're absolutely right. Those additional metrics are critical. I guess I'm unclear why it's not a both-and conversation.
It is. I think maybe this pendulum has swung a little bit from a commission perspective, a little bit farther, because we're anxious to bring this conversation into the discourse as opposed to the simple conversation about policing that tends to happen.
Right. So do you think
city.
that sort of in the next reporting cycle, the pendulum may shift back to more of a center position?
No, I won't be here, so there.
If I can just add to that, I mean, I think it just goes back to communication. There, you know, I think community still looks at response times as a key metric. It's sort of entrenched in the way citizens look at what is the key driving factor for a high-performing service. And so we do need to do a better job to help the community understand that there are reasonable times depending on the incident and the severity or the seriousness of the incident. So I can't say for sure how that question was asked and then obviously how it was interpreted and responded by a community member, but they might be thinking, my house got broken into and I wanted a police officer here right away and they didn't come. So yeah, I do want higher response times. So again, I think it just goes back to, and if we're looking at progress and to your just last question, I think if we can focus on the communication aspect of this within the community to help them understand, here's all the things that are going on at any given time, and the service has to be able to prioritize.
Absolutely.
And some things, you know, and everything has to be reasonable. You know, when it comes to this type of an incident, this is what is a reasonable and fair priority
Absolutely.
versus something that's more serious.
Couldn't agree more, and I think having citizens be able to see, oh, when my priority 4 call came in, there were X number of priority 1s. So I think it helps with that communication for sure, having that additional information. I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity as far as the strategic priorities. They are changing for 2023, right? So we've got the addition of the Connect, Share, and Evolve. Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to double check that. So with the balancing support and enforcement, I know there was a renewed news announcement yesterday about the $8 million for enforcement on transit. But I don't know, considering I guess the success of the help teams or the COT teams in making referrals to support agencies, would there be value in funding that direction rather than enforcement, especially if we can't get those 50 officers, you know, for another year or two?
So if I could take that, what you've actually seen this year is both announcements. So earlier in this year, there was an announcement for, I think it would be 24 million over the next 3 years for social supports. So that is the expansion of the help teams that came before the officers, expansion of the help teams all across the city, expansion of the PAC teams, expansion of resources for our BAU teams and offender management, as well as AHS mental health therapists that we're looking to put within our dispatch. That came first. Now, in terms of the commitment for the 50 additional officers for frontline presence, there is still a violence issue within the city. That is not going to be any social agency referral. We are still dealing with homicides, aggravated assaults, that will still require enforcement. So when we say focus on balancing support and enforcement, you've seen investments in both throughout this year.
Okay, I thought violent crimes were going down and non-violent crimes were going up.
We would still like to police the violent crimes because there is still a severity to them, whether it be a homicide, ag assault, and we want to ensure that there's a police presence, as we've had that discussion here amongst council, in these high traffic, high violent areas.
I'm sorry, Counselor, it's the other way around. It's the other way around.
Violent crime is
Or going up.
and oh, okay, I thought I read in the report. I'm sorry.
That
I'll
was the
take it closer.
ETS, that was transit number, those were transit numbers.
Oh, okay, in the transit system. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. And then I'm also looking at the report where it talks about traffic safety. And I'm just trying to reference it here. So it does say that you promote traffic safety through education, enforcement, and collision investigations. Can I get some more information on how that's been being done and what the outcomes are from that activity?
Do you mind specifying a bit in kind of the question? I think we do have traffic teams that are out there on the streets on a very regular basis. There are specific projects that those teams, as well as other parts of our service, do take in terms of traffic safety, high speed. I'm sure that you have heard the chief ad nauseum speak about the ability and petitioning the province for the ability to seize vehicles that are going 50 over to fall in line with other jurisdictions, because that high level of speed is actually very dangerous on our roads. So this is something that is a priority for us, but we're doing this in multiple ways, as well as working with Project Zero.
Or the Vision Zero with
Vision
the city.
Zero, sorry.
Okay, I mean, from what I'm hearing from residents, they aren't seeing any enforcement, any patrolling, any monitoring within the neighborhoods. Yeah, so I just was wondering what is being done specifically. But you're saying that the chief is advocating for stiffer penalties for over 50 kilometers an hour.
As well as doing
So
patrol.
how are they, I guess, so how are they being identified? Where are they located?
I wouldn't have that granular details in terms of where people speed. I would guess something about open roadways, but in terms of residential areas, we still do have traffic enforcement teams that are doing that work. That happens within the city.
Okay, like I said, what I'm hearing is there's no evidence of it. And then, what's the term? I don't know. Bill C-48, the federal government it's received royal assent or whatever, so the bail system, is that going to help, I guess, in not letting people out on bail and reduce the amount of work that the EPS has to do?
We certainly hope so. As you saw, that it has been an effort from the police chiefs and the premiers across the province in terms of getting that advocacy across the line. So we're hopeful, but there would be no evidence of it thus far.
As yet, because it hasn't happened. Okay, looking forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 19 of the report, it points out that that's in the citizen survey that there's a decrease in public awareness or perception of safety. And so, versus how unsafe Edmonton actually is, there's a difference there. Like, statistically, we're pretty safe, but the perception is not there. And so, what do we do about that? Are those points diverging, or are we bringing them together, and how? Because this is the root of a lot of, I think, stress that EPC and EPS carries, and that council carries, because we hear from the public that the public simply does not feel safe despite best efforts.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's become the communications have become a priority. So when you believe something that is not true, we clearly need to do a better job of communicating what actually exists, so that people have confidence that their service is making a difference in the community. The perception will hopefully is a lag that catches up to the reality of what is happening in Edmonton, but it's obviously a point of concern for both the commission and the service that hopefully will be addressed by elevating the importance of communicating better to the public.
Yeah, that would be great. So then, and you probably noticed that when politicians make that effort to communicate that, it is not well received. So maybe the people who are in charge of it should be making the larger statements on that.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope the commission can play a bigger role in the communication of these issues going forward. We don't have the same investment in terms of like, we will continue to be able to do what we're doing. And so I think we've tried to make the commission that voice, that sort of neutral body that can provide information to the public. In my short time here, I mean, we've got a lot more attention than we were getting 6 years ago, and I'm hoping that we can continue to be the louder voice, or a louder voice in that space to relay facts as to what's happening in our
because
city.
safety and order, that's the prime role of EPC and EPS. Yeah. Okay, so moving on, we established that individual councillors do not have the power of council. It has to be a council decision, and that council does not direct EPC or EPS, that all those decisions are firmly within your wheelhouse, which is good, and we should all be cognizant of that. But I do get some messages from residents when they'll send me news clips or things like that, where, let me frame it this way. For political messaging, the political messaging comes from council, not administration at the City of Edmonton, right? Because that's the way that the roles are broken down. Is it the same? And this I don't know. Is it the same with EPC and EPS?
It should be. I mean, we were created to be a neutral body, a non-politicized body. I think the service is continuing to work on catching up to 2023 communication times. There's things like video mean that the police service's tradition of sort of holding information until there's a lot more clarity. The public perception gets formed earlier, and so I think that's one of the big challenges for the services catching up to modern times.
If there's comments about government policy, government action, government decisions, that's what I don't understand. Does that come from EPS or does that come from EPC? Because here it would come from council, not administration, but I don't know how it works.
It tends to come from both. I mean, we have a bit of our structure looks very similar to council in that we have the one employee, the chief of police, but the chief has a series of bodies that he's a part of that are quite political in terms of lobbying. The Canadian Police Association, Chief of Police Association, the Alberta Association, who will endeavor to make changes to laws that will allow for more effective policing. So there's an independence to the service that I think doesn't exist in the council.
And a quick yes or no. I heard the defund movement. Does that mean the Black and Indigenous Lives Matter movement? Is that what we're talking about when we hear defund movement?
No, it specifically means the defund the police movement as it's stated.
So you separate those two?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Constable Pickett. Constable Jans.
Thank you. Is the chief with us online?
I don't think he's part of the delegation, so he wasn't introduced, so. Yeah.
No, not available.
Yeah. Well,
he's not part of the delegation.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I had a couple questions about his letter in the annual report, but maybe we'll.
And you can ask to the folks here; they might be able to answer that.
Well, particularly, I was interested in hearing more about the Professional Standards Bureau and how what the priorities the chief sees in this area going forward.
Do you mind specifying?
Sure. There's a reference on one of the pages to use of force, page 18, and use of force are investigated by either ACERT or the Professional Standards Bureau if it's internal. I just wanted to know, are we happy with how things are going? And if not, what reforms or actions are we taking?
So We have our professional standards branch is our PSB that does do the internal investigations for us right now, and I think every police service in the province is thinking about what the pivot is going to be when that moves up to the province. And I know the minister was speaking about that just yesterday at the announcement because he was asked. We're kind of in a wait and see period right now, but as of right now, yes, we are happy with the work that a professional standards branch makes when complaints come in from whether it be from community members or even internally. They investigate these things diligently. If it is a use of force, that does go to ACERT and they make that determination, and that's not changing.
Right. One omission in the report, and I don't know, I'd be curious, this is a sincere question, like the leading cause of death for people under 40, preventable, is I still believe opioid poisoning. Like I think head and shoulders, more people are dying of drug poisoning than any other cause, I think. I think suicide and car accidents are up there next, but there wasn't anything really about drug poisoning in the report. Like, is that because we don't believe, like that wouldn't fit in the police report? That would be a health services issue? Is that sort of how we look at it?
Well, you're speaking about a specific report, but I think you've also seen the position that AACP and the chiefs around the province have taken regarding what we believe the best steps to be to address the overdoses that we are seeing and the deaths that we're seeing in our city and in our province. And we do leave that to the government of Alberta to take the next steps in terms of their recovery plan, but that's not something we're reporting here on our annual report.
Okay. The one, just looking at the stats on page 21, am I reading this correctly that domestic violence's occurrence are like 8 times higher than violent crime in general? Like your odds of getting assaulted on White Avenue are like there, well, maybe I shouldn't say odds, but there were 1,400 cases of declared assault, or I don't have the language here, but 1,400 assaults, 9,312 domestic violence?
So there is a disparity on how that's reported. So the crime rate is per 100,000, and the occurrences are inclusive of the entirety of the population. So it's 2 different ways of reporting that information.
But the domestic violence rate is 8 times higher than the general assault rate. Is that correct?
When you say general assault rate, which
violent crime rate, row or column row 1, 1422. Domestic violence, 9,312.
You're looking at a rate versus rate of incidents per 100,000 versus specific occurrences over the entire population.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the clarity. I mean, nevertheless, that's still very,
it's still a problem.
Very disturbing. Absolutely. I'm also interested in the clearance rates. What's with the changes there? The fluctuations in the clearance rate?
So which fluctuations are you referring to?
It's gone from 56% in 2020 to 50% in 2022. Does that mean there's a 6% drop in the number of cases we're charging, or?
Yeah, essentially, and it's not, that is a troubling trend for us. There's a lot of drivers behind that, but it is something that we're closely paying attention to. The complexity of our investigations is increasing. The demands of our courts are also increasing. So it's making it more difficult for us to clear cases, and it is something that's troubling, and we're looking into how we action that in creative ways.
Would love to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you for the report. There are lots of good information there. I do have one question because I'm really confused during this conversation, and then I want to get some clarification because when I heard more and more questions, and I get more and more confused. So it's my understanding our police service as a core services of our city, Edmontonians is looking to see the more services, or Edmontonians is looking to see more paperwork. So can you comment on this? And because what I'm heard right now, it seems we ask more and more paperwork to be done. But for the safety, and we need more services. So can someone comment on this?
More services or more paperwork, so that's the question. I done.
Thank you, Councillor. If I'm understanding your question correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are you speaking about the tension between the, say, productions of reports such as this or the transit safety presentations versus work spent on like frontline services?
Yes, and then I would like to know, can you tell me and then the portion or percentage and between how much work we spend on the frontline services provided to the Edmontonians directly, and how much effort spent on to produce more and more papers? But I understand that this report is mandated and by Alberta Police Act, yes. But compared to this, besides this, other papers work. So I would like to know that effort.
So thank you. I would say that we have seen an increase over the last 4 years regarding the amount of reports or the specific kind of reports that we've had to make as a service. We do believe in transparency and communicating to both the council and the public in general, but that does not mean that creating reports outside of this is something that we're mandated, but the more bespoke reports that have been asked for does not take a considerable amount of time and effort from our organization. So your point is well taken, but we also still believe in communicating openly with the public. I think, Chair.
Yeah, I don't know if it made this report, but I think remarkably our service members are doing more data input because data is a really important driver of decision-making within the service, but they also have a greater community presence. So I don't have the number in front of me, but the trend line has been that that service members are spending more time in the community over the last 3 years. So there should be a recognition that there's a greater police presence out in the community today than there was 2 years ago.
Wonderful. That's, I think our Edmontonians looking forward to hear that. We spend more services and more police presence and in the community. That's his first question. And second question, and in terms of the delivering value for money, so the data shows in our Edmonton are actually in incidents and per 100,000, that is really, really high and almost the highest. But the cost per incidents, and we are pretty low and compared to many other cities. Does this data could interpret as we really provided these police services and in the way and very effective and efficient?
Yeah, that is one of the ways you could look at that data to say that we are effective, and as I stated earlier, forced to be quite judicious with our resources in comparison to some of the other municipalities within Canada.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor, if I could add to that, from the commission perspective, I think why we're again excited about this report is we have made policing conversations very simple, dollars per incident, things like that. But this report says the value you're getting is you're keeping youth out of the justice system. You have a compassionate service that's working to get people connected, not with the justice system, but to get people connected with services, social services that will help them address the challenges they're facing in their life. So that's what we hope the takeaway from this report is policing is not as simple as dollars per. It's about what your service is doing to make the community better.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Rice. And I would like to welcome students joining us from Kensington Elementary School grade 6 class. And they are here with their teacher, Ms. Swemimo. Say thank you so much for joining us. Your ward counselor is Councillor Rutherford, Ward Nernick. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you doing your mock council? You done that already? Wow. Okay. Is Mayor going to come down to the microphone, tell us what you discussed and what you decide? Mayor? Woo! Right on. Mayor, tell us your name and what was the topic of discussion and what was the decision?
My name is Charisse, and we were talking about more bike lanes.
I don't know if I want to know the results. Okay, tell us about the result. What was the result?
Huh?
What was the result? What did you decide?
We decided that there was more votes on people who agree more than people who oppose.
Okay. Okay, can you give me one reason in favor of why we should have more bike lanes and one reason why we shouldn't? What did you hear from your colleagues?
For we should, it's because people don't usually have cars or can afford cars, and people have bikes more than actual cars.
Mm-hmm.
And for should not, it might cost a lot of money, and that would take up all of the lanes.
Okay, we hear those concerns as well. That's pretty reflective of what we hear from Edmontonians. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Nice to see you all. Well, enjoy your stay, and we are having conversation with our police commission and police service about safety in our city. Okay, take care. Councillor Rutherford, I have a couple of questions. Can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So I know we're close to end of 2023, and this report is in 2022, and we're seeing spike in the increase of crime and severity of crime in this report. But what are the trends into 2023? Is it trending that way, or are we seeing rate of crime and severity declining in 2023?
What I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to crime severity, it is very difficult to calculate it within the year.
Okay.
But what we are seeing, our average crime severity is plateauing or trending downward a little bit.
Okay.
And what's driving that downward is that our nonviolent crime severity is going down in a very pleasant way. But why our average severity is only plateauing is because our violent crime severity is going up.
Okay, and how about overall incidents?
Overall criminal incidents
Yeah.
are going up. Our calls for service year to date are about a 3.5% higher than December 13th of last year. So December 13th, 2023, we're about 3.5% higher for calls for service from the public that we responded to. And typically, about 20% of our calls for service are reports of criminal incidents. So it's even to say that we will see an increase in the reported crime in the city as well.
Okay.
And the largest increase in that reported crime is in violence.
Oh, I see, okay. But I heard from Chair that the chief was referring to crime declining on the LRT. So there's two trends. On ATS, crime is declining, because he was talking about, I don't know if I heard you correctly, but in the overall community, crime is on the rise.
The transit system is an inverse of what the citywide is. So on transit, we're seeing increases in nonviolent crime, and we're seeing reductions in disorder, but also in transit, we're seeing reductions in violent crime.
Okay, it's in a way it's good on transit, right? But on the overall community, so okay. No, thank you. Thank you for that. Just one last question. Again, congratulations on your efforts to attracting more diverse workforce. How is that helping the relationship out in the community, the perception of policing and positive interactions with members of the public?
So I wouldn't be able to speak to a specific causal change in relationship. What we've seen over the years that we shifted to a new citizens perception survey and engagement survey with the Edmontonians is that we wanted to be very direct in reaching out to racialized, marginalized groups within the city. So you would have seen our commitment to action, which was our 18-month engagement with racialized communities and organizations that serve them. We have seen an uptick, and you build that relationship by doing the things that you say you're going to do. So there's specific initiatives that have come here from come from that commitment to action, like our experiential learning shifts, which is in where we have our recruits before they are fully ready to go on the street, start working with some of those agencies that we connect with. From there, during that mini practicum that they have, now they're able to come tell that story back to their colleagues about all the social agencies that would exist within Edmonton, the different services that they provide, and they build relationships. What we've seen from those graduations is some of those agencies, like we have Somali mothers cooking for our recruits now because they really appreciated the fact that they were there to help. So that is something that is a mandate of the service and has been brought down from the commission and the chief that we're going to continue. In relation to the attracting diversity, when done well, you're going to be a more effective police service. I've been in meetings and I've spoken about this, where we actually have folks who speak different languages that are able to communicate to Edmontonians that we naturally wouldn't have been able to do. So now by doing things like that, you now give access to justice for people, access to resources for people who would have otherwise been barred. And that's one functional way that recruiting for diversity, as our city continues to change, as you know, Mr. Mayor, it will continue to enhance that relationship.
That is so nice to hear. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm pretty sure that all of you are proud of those efforts. Thank you for your work on that. Okay, with that, I will move additional round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for a third round.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please.
Display the votes, please. Okay,
I'm
thank
so
you.
sorry. Chair Rutherford, I will take the chair back now.
Yes, please return.
Okay. All right, now go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the indulgence. Just for a last question, wanted to ask around the PAC teams. So, the report highlighted that there was a bit of a dip in 2021, back up in 2022. I was just wondering, so it speaks about PAC referrals. So is PACT ever sort of the first, are they ever okay, I'll step back. I understand there's been some recent funding from the province that will help build up the capacity of those teams. Is that correct?
Correct.
Excellent. That's great to hear. I think they clearly have a lot of value in the service. So then just in terms of referrals, does that mean that PAC teams aren't necessarily the first teams into like a wellness check or a mental health call, that they're sort of referred to later? How does that work?
Okay.
Yeah. So in some cases they are, in some cases they're not. What this refers to is the number of referrals either supported, managed, or coordinated by the PAC team. So there are some cases where they're actively managing that case, others where they're supporting it, and others where they're actually referring it to an outside agency that can give people the help that they need. So it's really case-by-case basis.
Okay.
But if I could add to that, because I think I may know where you're going, part of that funding envelope, we're going to be looking at how we add mental health therapists into our dispatch.
Nice.
So catching that on the front end. So that is a very big priority for us, and just figuring out what the logistics of that is going to be. So that's part of the vision as well.
Great. That's really exciting. So having a mental health worker, at the dispatch, actually taking some of those calls?
Well, connected, because they might not be physically.
Not physically there.
Yeah.
Yes. Great. And then that's excellent to hear that resource will be there. And then also is the intent as well to have those PAC teams able to be dispatched as the first responders to a call as well?
The intent is to be able to use them wherever possible. The larger focus will be to not only have those PAC teams that actually go out and deal with those calls, but also having a resource, a mental health therapist resource for any frontline member to connect in with. So a direct PAC line that if someone is dealing with someone on the street, they think they may be presenting with some mental health issues, how do we ensure that through our AHS partners that we have a resource for them to connect with and help proceed? We've also had some innovation in the space of a program called Health IM, which is a validated risk assessment tool that actually can help officers in connecting. Is this someone that needs to go to emerge? Should they be going to community? Or is this something that we can deal with in a different manner? So there's different tools that we're building to be able to address the continuous mental health issues that police are called to.
Great. That's really wonderful. It's great to hear those resources are being put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, and being mindful of the time, I hope this is the last round on this item. Councillor Jans?
I've got 6 more rounds. Jokes aside, yeah, this is helpful. I wanted to ask about the feelings of safety bar chart on the page in the report here. I'm curious. It shows. Many folks are not feeling unsafe. We want everyone to feel safe. But yet I know the crime rate in Edmonton is still lower than it was in 2016 and lower than it was 2016 to 2019. And crime severity is lower than it was pre-pandemic. So just on a 10-year chart, crime is lower, but people's feelings of safety are not reflective of that. So I wanted to ask the Commission, what are their policies around, and their goals rather, around communication? Do we have a goal that we want everyone to feel safe?
Councillor, so the Commission doesn't get to that level of detail that I think you're looking for. I think, if I can speak for the commissioners, they all think a metric like this is critically important, and it's required to be tested through a citizen survey every 2 years as part of the Commission's policies for the service. It's a good metric and indicator of how people are feeling. I'll lean on Brian here if I need to.
Maybe can I go this way? What is the Commission has a communications policy, yes?
We have a draft communications policy. We just brought on a communications advisor in a full-time capacity, in a temp role last year. We've made that permanent to ensure that we're able to deal with.
And the service has one employee, the chief, and so I imagine the Commission holds the chief accountable for communications of the service, right?
The chief has a large range of authority when it comes to operational matters. So if there's a large-scale disturbance, such as we saw this summer, the service will not be working with the Commission to do communications on response to public protests or events. That's solely under the authority of the chief to manage those communications. So the service would not, or sorry, the Commission would not have a role in operational communications related to policing events.
So how does the Commission hold the chief accountable for this, is there a policy around communications or around, because what I'm worried about is when I look at the media releases and I look at what's coming out of the service, it may actually inadvertently be undermining some of the other pieces of this report, like the feelings of safety.
So I used to work for the provincial government for many, many years before here in justice. How people feel, how people perceive crime, and Brian will be much more recent on this than I am, is fed and influenced by a number of factors that are at times disconnected from the crime rate. So how the media covers topics, how social media covers topics, how people talk to their friends and their neighbors, how individuals experience crime, either and the response to that, whether it's positive or negative, can all drive a feeling that is potentially not connected to the data.
But media releases from the service or press releases from senior staff or senior leadership at a press conference making statements, this also has a role too, right?
Sir, so we also do have things that we have to communicate, so investigative requirements. So if there is a homicide, we communicate it. If we are seeing trends that the public should know about, we do communicate it.
Love it. Excellent. I agree. What about where you communicate an incident that happened, the suspects were arrested, and it happened, in fact, 10 days ago? Or where's the, where is the line? We want Edmontonians to be informed. We want them to be cautious, but like.
So are you suggesting that we should get more communication staff to have more timely responses?
I think 20 is more than adequate, but I'm just wondering, it's more about what who's signing off on the media releases?
Well, ultimately, if there are things that we need to communicate to Edmontonians regarding public safety and letting them know about trends or advisories, also on those media releases, you're also going to see us communicating about designated holidays, communicating with Edmontonians about positive things that are happening, providing traffic advisories, providing protest updates.
Yeah.
So it's going to be more of an art than a science, but there are things as a police service that we have to communicate.
No, don't dispute that at all. But like, I'm sure we have a policy that outlines all of this, or goals, or a code of conduct. Like, we have to communicate things too, but we would hold the city manager accountable if they were doing things that undermine the rest of our city goals, right?
Well, this is their perception of safety. So their perception of safety is going to be what they see on a day-to-day basis. I'm yet to hear of anyone who said to me, oh, I saw this news release and this completely changed my mind. These are Edmontonians who have their perception on whether it be on the streets, whether it be at home, what have you, that making a causal link between press releases is slightly spurious.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So sort of on that same line, Mr. Ottman, you had mentioned about providing council with messaging and that, or the commission providing council with messaging and that for communication. Does the commission have that same authority, or that? Well, no. Do they have the authority to communicate that to the service? Like on the lines of, sort of what content they're going to share and how they're going to share it?
No, as I mentioned to Councillor Jans, how the service chooses to conduct their communication with respect to operational policing matters is not under the authority of the commission, and the commission would not be weighing in on daily communications in any way at all. Okay.
Can it be done in sort of a strategic direction of how they connect and share?
Yeah, and I'm not certain, the commission can look at things, but I guess as their support right now, I'm not certain what the gap is. Everyone will have feelings about, what news releases contain, what they cover, and that may be influenced by how the media chooses to subsequently cover a news release, which there may be a disconnect between the news release by the service and what's actually covered in media or social media. So I guess as their executive director, I don't understand what the gap is right now. And we would have to first understand clearly what a gap would be before we would look at anything that the commission would undertake.
Okay. Okay, and then I just wanted, yesterday in the transit presentation, there was talk about sort of being pulled in multiple directions, and I totally get that. Is there sort of a hierarchy or sort of prioritization of what areas are of higher priority? Because the talk was that, people were, officers were being pulled from transit, to attend like the rallies or monitor the rallies and that. And I'm just wondering, is there a priority?
So I think, Councillor, with that one, if I understand correctly, maybe from the clerk, that topic is coming up again sometime today, and that might there may be more resources here from the service that can follow that thread.
Yeah, I think the question is there prioritization of how the resources are allocated, right? So,
absolutely, and we would use data to make those prioritization. But if something is exigent and you have 2,000 people on Jasper Avenue protesting whatever the issue is, we do have an obligation to ensure that people are safe. So continually, we will have to pull resources to be able to address that. But yeah, like I've said, it's an art, not a science, but they are in their home positions. But if we need additional resources, we don't want to be in a place that you have something that's happening like a large-scale protest, and we don't have resources to address that.
And that's the odd thing now that the all the beep honking trucks have gone. But I'm just wondering. Okay, so like where does traffic safety fall? Where does transit safety fall? Where does responding to domestic violence fall? Like, can you sort of rate where resources are distributed?
So I don't have a ranking, a power ranking of these resources. What we do have is branches. So we have a traffic safety branch. There's resources within the service to address that on top of patrol. We have a serious crimes branch which looks at sexual assaults, domestic violence, works with teams even with the city of Edmonton, as well as other social partners. We have an offender management branch that does focus on those high-risk individuals. So when you see the sex offender communication that we put out, that this individual is coming out and he's going to be a risk to community, and by law we have to put something like that out, we do have teams to address that. If things shift, we have to use the resources and we have to be creative within the resources, knowing that there will be a gap in the other area, but we shift based on the data and the priority at that moment.
But there's nothing that specifically outlines this is the higher priority area than others?
When we do planning, we do have priorities in our planning process and in our business plan. So right now we are prioritizing implementation of our guns and gangs strategy. That is a huge priority. We are prioritizing presence in our front line, so trying to hold strong on our 10 squad model. We're prioritizing transit. So these are, and our HSOC teams right now. So we do have prioritization in planning, and when we do pull, as an example for protests, it's a point in time, but I don't want to lose sight of we're making progress in transit because we are there. And so we're reaching our goals with that as well.
By identifying that as a priority?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor to receive it for information. It is 11:37. We have a number of other items to deal with, and we also have a subsequent motion related to this. So I don't know how many people desire to speak. If you do have a desire to speak, please maybe not take 5 minutes, do it quicker. Just urge everyone to be mindful of the agenda that we have to deal with. Okay. With that, I will open for speaking. Councillor Briquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we heard today is that what would be desired is clarity of communication. I think that's the big takeaway I'm getting from here, because we're hearing that EPS feels that we are a safe city because they're doing their job, but that message hasn't gotten out into the public for various reasons, and that maybe our job together, EPS and council and EPC, is to communicate what we're being told is that reality much more clearly. We also heard very clearly that council does not direct EPC or EPS. We do not direct them. They decide on their own deployment of budgets and personnel and all of the other things surrounding safety. So that should be clear to the public as well. And individual councillors have zero authority to direct police, and neither does council. But there is a perceived authority in the public and even within our organizations. And that has to be a line that is tread very, very carefully. So with those things in mind, I will obviously be voting to receive this information, but there is an obvious disconnect between how Edmontonians feel and what the numbers say. And because this is actually not in council's wheelhouse, what I am looking forward to is EPC and EPS stepping into their own accountability on that, to communicate that clearly with Edmontonians. Because if it's a communication issue between what is real and what is perceived, then that has to be rectified. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright.
No, I had asked Mike to be.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just want to appreciate everyone for being here today, for the time this morning, and also all the time that goes into preparing these reports and preparing for these presentations. I think these are really helpful touch points, and having the opportunity to share information and share perspectives, I think is a really positive one. Just shifting a little bit, I just did want to take this opportunity in this moment to have the opportunity to acknowledge a profound loss that the Commission recently experienced with the passing away of Chris Skaggs, a very long-serving and much valued member of the team. I know what an impact this has had on the staff, not only in terms of workload, but emotionally as well for everyone who, and the service, for everyone who worked and interacted with Chris. She was always such an enthusiastic and patient person to deal with in all of my interactions with her, and her loss will be felt for a long time to come. And thank you all for continuing to do the work and for taking time to remember her with me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair just quickly? I want to convey deepest condolences. Chris was phenomenal to work with. I had a chance to work with him for 3 years when I was on commission. It's a huge loss for the commission, and also gratitude to everyone for making the presentation, preparing this, and the work that you do to keep our communities safe. And we look forward to a further collaboration on this. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll take the chair back.
Return.
And Councillor Knack.
Just very quickly, I know there was already thanks to our outgoing police commissioners, but just wanted to offer one more extension of thanks. I know Mr. Amtman had talked about sort of the transformation that has been occurring over the last 6 years, and it's due not just to his leadership in particular, it's due to the whole commission. And so I want to make sure that they're acknowledged, and also our outgoing council representative, Councillor Hamilton, who has been on for the last 6 years. This is our chance to just acknowledge that work, and I think the evolution that we've seen in the commission. When I first started, I think there was maybe an accurate perception that the commission was serving less in a true oversight role and more as a supporter role, and that's not the intent of the commission, but I think there was very deliberate decisions over the years to do that. So I just want to thank Councillor Hamilton and all of our outgoing members for their great work on getting us to a better place. We still have a lot of work to do. There's still going to be plenty more to do and more appointments to make on that, but just wanted to offer my thanks. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for your service. And now over to you to close.
I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now to Councillor Tang. You have a subsequent, Councillor Tang?
Yeah, that City Council requests that the Edmonton Police Commission provide an audit and program service review plan for 2024. I think the standard is...
Yes, seconded.
Sorry.
Councillor Paquette, seconded? Okay. Go ahead, please make the introduction.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. Lots of appreciation for the conversation today. I think, we've heard a lot about the transformation and evolution of policing, even in the last 6 years with some of the outgoing members, and you've really seen a lot of the reform that is happening. And one of the things that I've heard over and over again is a greater attempt to make meetings and conversations more, and information more transparent and public. And I think that's a strong step forward. you know, I think in the past that there has been a lot of interest in whether it's audit or program service review. And I think today, you know, I was particularly interested in that value for money conversation. I know there's a lot of work already happening. You know, even though not all of us are on commission, I think there is value in just giving that heads up about when that's coming, if we can keep an eye out for that conversation. For me, we are doing these annual reports, something council's never done before. We're starting to have a healthy discussion based on research, based on evidence, based on performance. And I think this adds another layer of information sharing, openness, and I think contributes to what I'm also hearing today on a separate thread about you know, that it would be good for the commission and the council to have a stronger relationship, whether it's for improved communication, improved info sharing, improved responses back to our constituents. So this is not the same as requesting an actual documentation. It's more just a plan, and so that we can sort of have that heads up about when these discussions are happening at commission. I'm open to whether it's a memo, whether it's timed with the annual report discussion, and the typical timeline is 13 weeks, but ideally this will be, you know, coming back when those decisions are made.
So can I just get a clarification? Are you wanting a memo or a report back? Because one's got a timeline, one doesn't.
Yeah, I'm open to a memo. I'm curious about what others think.
I'd like the motion, it'd be really helpful if the motion was clear what you would like before you start debating on it.
Now, you know what, I'll leave it here.
Okay, we'll put Q2 2024.
Q2 2024. Okay. All right, any questions, colleagues? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Okay, so the question not to move over to the delegations. So it's my understanding you have accountability framework and in place. And based on that framework, do you do this and then create a plan for the audit and program services review every year? Or this is the new work for you?
This is to commission and EPS.
Yeah, to the delegation. I just want to understand if this work is already in place and as a part of the accountability framework.
Thank you, Councillor. I have to take this back to the commission and potentially engage our legal counsel with respect to how this is worded. I think some clarity may be required to the mover as well, because me reading it now, audit and program review service plan, is that one item, or is it an audit and program service review plan? Typically, these types of activities are within what I would see as authorities solely held by the commission. And as I mentioned earlier, the commission has an internal auditor. There's an internal audit plan, multi-year plan being worked on right now that's within the purview of the commission. A program service review plan would be something I would have to discuss with the commission to see if they feel like there's value in it. And again, I'm not entirely certain that this is 100% on side with the bylaw and Police Act. So I would be working with our legal counsel to do that first assessment and then taking it back to the commission in January, February for further direction.
Okay, then my next question, thank you for that. And my next question to the mover. So your intention is, do you want the public to see this plan, or you just want this information for council to know? So what is the intention for it?
Well, my understanding is that there is, commission sounds like they are gonna make some of this information public anyways, and I will like, I think it actually provides some clarity on that. So it actually contributes to the transparency aspect that the commission is striving for.
So it's to the public.
To the
this
public,
plan
yeah,
to the public.
yeah, and I think it's kind of in the spirit of transparency and openness with the public.
So then what is the outcome you want to get and from this plan? And then if what I heard, if my understanding correct, very clear, they already have internal audit and the program service review. So you want two different set of report come out, and one for the internal, one for the public?
No, not necessarily. I think today, obviously, there's a lot of interest in the performance framework, in the outcomes reporting that EPS does, and I think further information helps to strengthen the argument around value for money, which we've spent a lot of time today discussing, and I think it will help actually with our conversation next year when the annual report comes back.
Then what is the difference? I try to know the information come out. What's the difference information come out from their internal audit of the program growth review? So I'm a little bit struggling to understand. That means there additional work needs to be done and to say which information is internal, which information is public.
Well, it
So
doesn't actually sound like there's extra work. It's more just a bit of that report back, and we know. For example, this annual report is a report that EPS publishes every year, but having it clearly, a clear direction in council chamber opens the door for a more public dialogue about it, and I think that's a good direction, and this contributes towards that direction.
So then my next question go back to the delegation, and then for the reports, and because this report is mandatory and based on Alberta Police Act, and you do have the criteria, you do have the guidance principle and how you provide that report, right?
Sorry, Councillor, could you, I apologize, repeat the question?
Oh, I say because this report, the annual report is mandated by the Alberta Police Act. You do in that act, you do have specific guidance principle and requirements on how to provide this report.
Yes, so within the, as stated earlier, within the provincial policing standards and Police Act, it's required,
So,
this report is required.
Yeah, that's his standard already. So I'm really confusing for this this motion, and so that is why I need more clarification. But I will listen to my colleagues' questions and maybe get some more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have some questions about this as well. To the mover, you had mentioned that this will bring transparency. How so?
I guess, I don't know, for example, when actual review of programs, of audits happens, we hear about them. I would like to know certainly a timeline and in anticipation of those information coming out, especially if they are already going to be made public. So maybe it helps me to keep an eye on those commission conversations, gives me a new framing and more information and context when next year's, or whatever, this year's annual report comes up for discussion next year. And I think it will help to actually strengthen the conversation that we're having right now for next year.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. And then to the commission, and maybe Chair Appleman, how do you see this? Do you see this? Is this work that commission would likely do anyways? Is this council possibly overstepping? How do you see it?
I see it as a request. So our understanding is that council can't direct us to do this. You can ask us, but the commission could say, no, we're not going to do that. Thank you for the request, but it's not going to happen. So what Matt said, just in more plain language, essentially, so that's how we would see it, as a request from council that we could talk about and decide to do or not do if we thought there was, and it won't be me, but if the commission thinks there's value to it. But it would be a decision about taking on new work or not.
Sorry, and I think it's also worth maybe mentioning that there are some of our audits that do come in the public because we review them as a commission, and assuming that they aren't sensitive and there isn't anything in there that is that we don't want to divulge from police work perspective, those would have been in the public meeting. Sometimes they might just be part of the consent agenda, but it would have been something that the commission had reviewed in detail during a committee meeting. So some of those are, if I'm not mistaken, those audit reports are already there, and I would imagine when we go back and look at where we can maybe bring more audits to the public space, I don't know how many more that'll be, given that some already are in the public space with respect to the audits that we conduct.
Okay, although I think audits are great and it's wonderful because it gives you an idea yourself, like if you're, you know, achieving what you're wanting to. So it's not that I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just not sure if this one is appropriate. So I did want to get an opinion from the police commission if, like I'm putting you on the spot kind of.
What I'm saying is like in this case, you can't give the commission direction to do this. You can ask us to do this, but we can say yes or no. So that would be the position. There are things that you can prescribe to the commission. You need to do this. You shall do this. And this, in our early interpretation of this motion, our take is that this is something you can't prescribe for us to do. You can ask us, but we could say no.
Correct. But I know you can't speak for the entire commission. Well, I guess you can because you're the chair. But how is this going to be seen by the commission? Will it be seen that council is overstepping, or would it not be seen as that?
Today, I would say it would be seen that way by me, that council's trying to get something done that is not in their wheelhouse to ask to say you need to do this, or this is something you've got to do. But the way it's worded, it's a request. So it's a request that will go to the commission, will be discussed by the commission, and then you'll get a response that will be either positive or negative. And if it's positive in Q2, the commission will be here to present that, and if it's a negative, it will be just a letter saying no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prince. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think a number of questions have been asked, but just wanting to, you know, attention I think that I often experience, and I think I often witness as well, is, you know, in the absence of information, people may assume that certain tasks aren't happening or that some work isn't being done. Does the commission see this potentially as an opportunity to share some of the work that is happening?
I mean, the commission, well, you know this, we have a well thought out plan. The service has a well thought out plan for what the year is going to look like, all the activities on a strategic level that we believe are necessary, and this isn't part of that current plan. So, I mean, maybe it's something we hadn't thought to consider. So the commission can now think to consider whether or not this should be part of what our annual sort of agenda would be, but that would be, I think, the extent of what this motion would do would lead the commission to have a conversation about, is this something we should add or not?
So apologies, you're suggesting that the commission doesn't have an annual audit plan?
No, we do. We have I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the second piece of the program service review plan. That would be a new piece of work. So there is an annual audit plan. I can't speak to the commission, but they may want to release all of it, but not release the actual audits that are sensitive. But the plan doesn't seem very sensitive. Here's the long list of things we're going to audit this year, and then the service review would be the piece that isn't part of an existing, is not planned for.
Okay, because I think, you know, I think when we've had conversations in the past about you know, resource reallocation, for example, the 10 squad model, that was effectively a program service review, right? In terms of looking at how we can better allocate resources. I feel like that's, you know, an ongoing exercise that is happening, and that sharing some of the information about that happening seems like it could help with public understanding about that work that's underway.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think, so yes, on new programs or even existing programs, there are reports that are come back to the commission with respect to how they're functioning. They will go to public meeting so that the public can also be exposed to it. Again, just as my administrative perspective, a program service review plan has a connotation that's much broader than that. And I stand to be corrected by the mover. But when I read that, I'm thinking that a program service review plan to me means everything in the service goes under review. I'm looking at consultants, I'm looking at large scale people coming in and going out, having to balance it off with the commission, resources.
Okay,
so maybe the way it's worded.
Sure, so maybe I can get that clarification from the mover. My interpretation of your motion was that you may be interested in having a list of reports that are coming forward that, which programs are being looked at and evaluated. We heard about the evaluation team, so just a list of, the 5 programs that will be reviewed in 2024, for example.
Yeah, I think narrow parameter is always helpful, and I think part of it is that when I think about for city departments, when council members have questions around what is the value for a dollar on certain areas, we have tools like program service review audits. I'm curious about those tools within the commission, which I feel like we don't really talk about. I think this is an opportunity for that.
Right. So
But if you want to kind of narrow that in, yeah, I'm open to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think just clarifying that this is not requesting that the entire service undertake a program service review. It would just be what's that ongoing work and evergreening work that happens. So I don't know if that provides clarity.
It does, Councillor, but I think it's also duplicative now that the benefit of your conversation. So 2 programs that have appeared at the commission in the recent months to show progress and how they've evolved over the years, I think provide that insight. So the large one that I was most impressed with, the commissioners may not agree, but is the integrated offender management. So they came and showed how investment, a multi-discipline investment, produced a tremendous success on a series of clients that came into the system. Then there was an update on PACT and some other programs throughout the year. So these program reviews are happening. They are appearing at our public meetings, and I schedule them. The service, I requested another one for 2024 on a new, the 10 squad model that you heard about here today to come forward. So those, if that's what's being asked for, it does happen regularly at the commission, then they do go to our public meeting.
And I think it's just having that combined into one resource document, so we can say, hey, look at this great work. Look at these 10 reports that are coming forward that help to answer some of the questions that we have. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, I think that was good clarification. Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. We are 12:01, but I would like to finish this item. We need to extend the order to finish it off. Can we?
So moved.
Please vote.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Tang to close. Sorry. Was someone else on the list? Councillor Paquette?
I don't know why I'm on the list.
Okay, you're not then, good. Councillor Tang to close.
Sure, and I actually think some of the questions that followed up actually elucidated why, help to more clearly articulate, I think, the reason for this. So I'm not gonna repeat those. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we will be back at 1:30 with the 7.3 bi-monthly update on transit safety plan and downtown core. Verbal report will carry on from yesterday. Until then, we are on recess.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Councillor Jans.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Burkett. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmill.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right. We have a little procedural thing to look after, but before we do that, I want to welcome students from Johnny McDougall School. They are here with their teacher, Miss Bisecker, right? And your ward counselor is Councillor Stevenson, Ward Odeman. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you having fun? You're a very enthusiastic group of students. Did you have your mock council yet? No. You're doing it in the afternoon? What are you going to talk about? Public? Oh, free transit. Okay. Well, let us know what you decide, okay? Let us know what decisions you make on it, all right? And we are talking about public transit safety, right? So which is also very, very important subject that Edmontonians are concerned about, okay? So we're going to get into that, but before we do that, I think we have a little bit of procedural thing to look after.
Yeah, if we could just, if it's possible, and sorry, I'm getting ahead of ourselves, but just after this item,
Yeah.
if we could move to item 9.2, administration is asking for a title change. It'll be now Government of Canada pre-budget submission and intergovernmental update, both again verbal.
Okay.
We could just have a motion to change that title, please.
So moved.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that is
Stevenson Paquette.
moved and seconded. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And is it okay if we just move that item, we'll bring that item forward to be the next item once this is completed?
Sure. Can we do that now?
Yeah, that'd be even better.
Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move that it be time specific as third item of business today.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Bye, kids.
Sorry.
What is it?
We have all the vote.
We shook hands, right? So they said, no, wash hands. Okay, that is carried. All right, okay, now we are back. All right, we are back to, oh my God. Bi-monthly update on transit safety plan and downtown core. Verbal report. We were asking questions to the delegation, so we will resume with that. Councillor Principe, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if Dr. Schumann is online or that part of the delegation, if they're
Councillor
here.
Principe, Dr. Schumann wasn't able to attend this afternoon. They're preparing for another doing some background information. Could we maybe try to answer the questions for you? And if we can't, we will redirect.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an idea of her expertise. Like if it's like mental health, like about.
I don't know what she studied when she when she did study, but.
Like if she could give some input to, yeah. So I don't know.
We could follow up for you.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds good. But I would like to ask. Then I'll go to Robbie Caboni. I think I saw you're online.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. I just have a question for you in regards, I had mentioned yesterday about my concern with the numbers I saw with only 10% of vulnerable individuals embracing long-term housing support. And that is a concern of mine. What do you think we can do to increase that number?
I'm not 100% certain. I do know a lot of the community members that we encounter talk about feeling unsafe in current shelters. No reason specific.
Yeah, and I understand like with the shelter support one, I think it's the housing support one that really that's kind of triggers for me because I understand that there is, concerns of in shelters, we've heard concerns of safety and also about, being able to keep your property, pets, and be with your partner. I've heard those concerns, and I appreciate that everyone has been addressing those and acknowledging them. So I think that's fantastic, the work that's been done that way. But I am still concerned that it's only 10% that are embracing long-term housing support.
So for the long-term housing, I can only suspect that one of the biggest fears for our community members is moving into spaces by themselves. Like, and not with people they know or like supported living, they at least are kind of in a community. So there's a shortage of supported living spaces. Yeah, so that's my interpretation of what I think is going on there.
Okay.
Not wanting to be alone.
Not wanting to be alone. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. And just to the delegation then, has that, been taken into consideration?
Yeah, I think, Councillor, that's one of the reasons why the city invested in that Jasper Place Wellness, and we tied it to sort of people getting out of the hospital and being able to go there, and that collaboration we did with the emergency docs. And I think, that has been a business plan that we've supported. The province has funded one of those as well. We have, I think, 3 or 4 of them now. We kind of need 30. If we had 30 of those, then I think there would be we would get that 10% number up because it is a community living. It's, it's specifically designed so that, you have to have meals and coffees in the community space. And so I think that's a really good model. And the city has funded one of those, the province has funded 1 or 2, and I think there's, more desire to do that, so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great, thank you. That's it for me, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, are you joining us?
I am, but I can pass at this time.
Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do have follow-up 2 questions here. The first question is about the slide 2 regarding the project number here from the presentation and the question to the delegations. So we lost the 2 big number here. One is $3.5 million to 131 projects. That is first one. Another one is the winter 2023-24, the funding for 27 projects. My question is, are those projects is it directly related to transit safety and for us to do something through those projects to improve public transit safety, or those projects listed here are just for the downtown vibrancy. So I just want to get clarification on that. Because these lots added together is 158 projects.
Councillor Rice, this would be a question for Director Tom Gervin. However, I'll do my best just to provide you with a little bit of feedback right now. He's not with us right now. Those are with respect to downtown vibrancy and working within the downtown core and developing the projects there. It was $3.5 million to 131 projects. So I think that was your first question. And the second question, the positive spin-off of these projects would result in better things in transit safety in regards to perception of safety for sure.
Dwayne, I am online. Councillor Rice, the project supported a variety of activities downtown. Mr. Hunter is correct that it was 3.5 million to 131. The biggest effect that it has in terms of transit safety is increasing the volume of people downtown and enhancing a perception of safety. We also did some transit-specific activations, like the mural that's in Churchill Square, and some other projects that, like headway lighting, which directly supports the transit operations. Another area that we mentioned at the previous update was our Downtown Ambassador program that we supported through the Edmonton Downtown Business Association, which supports wayfinding throughout downtown, and while not specific to transit, would offer a service to people who are looking to find transit locations or stations and point them in the right direction.
Okay, thank you very much. And because this time the public transit safety reports provided in a different way, and those additional projects numbers listed here, that is why I try to get a sense how those projects really contribute to our public transit safety. Thank you for that information. What I heard here is most about the downtown vibrancy and is not specifically directly connected to the transit safety. It's just from like long-term or impact perspective. That is why I listed here. So, right? That's my understanding. The next question is about the Chinatown. The Chinatown, for the Chinatown piece listed some activities, what a strategy used. I just want to get a sense based on those activities, those resources provided. So what is specific criteria we are using to measure that progress or improvement in terms of safety and for Chinatown? And how we use those type of data and where the data will show. So after those activities, Chinatown's safety and improved.
Yeah, so thanks for that question, Councillor. We've got a baseline now of data that we pulled that I talked about on the slide, the Chinatown Safety Data Audit, which covers a slightly larger area. It covers Boyle Macaulay, so it'll be tougher to break out just Chinatown, but we'll try to do that work. But it will give us a baseline of what the crime incidents were and what safety data we have before, for example, the roll shutter program, and then we'll be able to see after. So the roll shutters have been in place for some time now. We've installed those in place. The community is working on decorating them and whatnot. So we have anecdotal reports, but we will have evidence as we go forward, and so we'll be able to see how much of a difference that actually made in incidents as one example. But that baseline goes further than that, and as we do more activities, we'll be able to compare back to the pre-spend condition with all of those activities that we do. So we will get a sense of whether we've increased safety in Chinatown or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Oh, great, thank you so much. Yeah, I think we, our transit safety plan is pretty holistic. It has 4 different pillars, and I guess, Mr. Corbell, do you feel right now we're investing adequately across those pillars?
Well, I think I would say, consistent with some of my other answers yesterday, that more presence would be helpful, no matter what it is. Yeah. And so I would say, you know, we'd gone back last year with an unfunded package, and we got 50% of that. I would definitely feel better if we had 100% of it going forward, but I also understand the pressures.
So certainly more emphasis on, I think, that safety, perception of safety, those two pillars.
Yeah, and what I call it prevention, because when people are there, when police are on the platform, when TPOs are there, we see a lot less of the perceptions of safety issues and bad things happening.
Yeah, and I think even with the EPS annual report conversation, we've also heard there's presence mentioned there as well. I guess I do want to come back to the threat of the well-being, which is also one of the 4 pillars. And I think yesterday in the Q&A, I think Dr. Schulman highlighted 3 pathways forward, and I'm just wondering, are we going to do those pathways? Is there a way forward on them? I think I heard from Mr. Hunter that there will be a report coming back. Beyond reporting, how else are we going to honor the time that, you know, hundreds of Edmontonians gave us and contributing to the transit safety conversation?
First of all, thanks for acknowledging all the 4 pillars, because we have to make sure that we are paying attention to them all. And when it comes to respect to the well-being pillar, moving the lever there isn't as clear as the other levers.
Absolutely.
And we know that, first of all, the first step in that direction is to understand it better.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we partnered, and that's why we took part in the Oracle project to identify the things that we could do to move the needle with respect to well-being. With that report, Dr. Schulman is going to help identify those things. And when we see those things, we're going to identify where we can go forward. Then we'll have the discussions around funding and where we can get the funding to support that work. I don't want to see it quit either. I think it really showed us that transit can mean so many different things to so many different people, and perception of safety, as we've seen in previous presentations. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of being creative and innovative to understand how we move that when it comes to doing
I think Carrie could add some.
Sorry.
Sorry. I think Carrie could add some context here too. That might help.
Yeah, I was just going to say this feeds directly into our rider research program, where we pull in qualitative and quantitative info and connect it back to the rider journey, so it informs all kinds of different improvements. So we're really excited to get that report and understand all of the storytelling at a more just a more in-depth level, and then that'll weave into the work we do in the rider research stuff.
Yeah, I certainly don't want that, you know, I think the products of this research to get lost, but I also feel like, unlike perhaps traditional perception surveys, it's not quite as clear-cut. And I don't know, I think, you know, from administration, I'm sure your team is going to have some really digging into the data, interact with it, and figure out what to do with it. But is there an opportunity for council to participate in that? Like, I'm thinking, you know, are there non-regular opportunities for workshopping and really dig into some of this and to say, great, these are great stories, but rather than treating them as kind of nice to have, what can we do with them?
Yeah, I absolutely think we could set up like a couple of info sessions on those and brainstorm some of that with council. I think that would be fine, Councillor. And you know, I think in terms of some other immediate well-being measures, is like we just got to keep on working with partners to animate those spaces, right? And part of the challenge with animating the spaces has been people's perception of safety, and it's kind of this circular piece. But you know, we did that big art piece down in Churchill, which at the Pedway, which I think helped animate the space, and we need to do more of that.
And just in my last 30 seconds, I'm wondering how else can council support you? You know, I think having the bi-monthly report is helpful. But there's clearly a lot of work happening on all fronts with all of our partners. Is this reporting working for you, for the team?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of time to put the reports together. I would always argue that, you know, maybe quarterly would be better. I think in the meantime, though, and I think you saw this last time when we got permission to sort of not come back the next month, I think there are other things that can be more useful than an update to council, like doing the council ride-along on the transit system. And so I would be very pleased if we could distance the formal updates to council, which are important and they're important to the public, but in the meantime, in those intervening times, do more ride-alongs, do more workshops and brainstorming with different folks in the community about how we can keep things safe. You know, Dwayne's been running a pedway group for quite a long time, but we could get some councillors to come to that and have a discussion about that.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering, Robbie had mentioned in response to Councillor Principe's question that people are feeling unsafe in the shelters, and Mr. Corbold, I don't know if the shelters that have been set up now to help those out of hospital, if that actually addresses that concern.
I think those ones do, because those I'm referring to the Jasper Place Wellness. Those really are the closest thing I would say we have to the minimum shelter standard. But they're not really shelters. I would say they're more. I think it's more of a transitional. But I'd say of all the facilities that we see in the city, they're one of the closest to what we would identify as a minimum shelter standard.
Okay. Yeah. But for people's safety, or even if they can't bring their belongings, bring their pets, what are we doing to address that?
Well, again, we're mostly advocating because it's not our money. I would say we're getting lots of support from the province on the 24 for sure. All the new shelters that have opened up are 24 and 7 for sure. I would say we're not there on pets. I think we're starting to get there when we saw the RFPs go out for Indigenous shelters and a women's shelter. That would, I think, help address some of that if they get up and running.
Okay, and one of the shelters, I think that's supposed to be up and running by December, January, is supposed to be a women's only. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the RFP went out. Okay. I don't know where we are. I don't think we have a detailed answer yet on if that's been awarded. Okay. But yeah, there were 2 specific RFPs that went out from the province that we've talked about before. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And Mr. Jones, so I know that the police service is struggling with recruitment and that. How is it for the peace officers if we were to look at hiring additional TPOs?
We've actually had some remarkable success this year, keeping up with the both growth and attrition hires that we've had over the course of this year. I think I haven't seen an updated stat, but we've got some folks pre-hired for a February recruit class for our peace officers, and with those folks and the number of other both recruits and experienced officers that we've hired, we're at 98 for the year, which is record-breaking for us. Okay. So while by the end of the year we're starting to see some of that pool dry up, we've certainly had some great success getting great candidates in the door.
Okay. Any gaps from every space you have now is full or will be full with the February group?
I think it's always a bit of a it's always in motion just because of that attrition and people moving around, but certainly we're keeping as full as we possibly can, yeah.
Okay, great, awesome. And I think, let's just look. Oh, yesterday was mentioned about the nighttime patrol reported 654, is it interactions, events? But I'm not sure what it was referred to from January to August. But I'm wondering, is there any trends? Have things been dropping off because that patrol is around?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We're seeing some positive effects of the patrol and the pilot, I would say, overall. I don't have specifics in terms of the trending. I can tell you that the visibility of the patrol, the 2 teams of 2 that are out on a nightly basis from 12:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. In a time where there isn't as much, visibility with our colleagues on the street has been something that's been a positive of it and has been mentioned multiple times, especially for businesses and employees in the nighttime economy. So I think the presence is really positive, and as the project continues and the reporting, continues to come in for the remainder of the year, we'll have more detailed stats for our next update.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And one last question. The funding that I referred to this morning for the new police officers sort of being re-announced from the April announcement, you had mentioned some other funding that, and I can't find it on the government's website.
Yes, so that was the funding for community safety and well-being initiatives with our help teams, the PAC teams, and additional AHS resources. This would have been right before the election. That funding rolled out immediately. The funding that we were speaking about yesterday, the monies has come through now. The grant has been signed. The money has come through, but it was originally announced as an election commitment that the government has followed through on.
That's the Community Safety and Wellbeing Funds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Sorry, I had a headphones issue. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wanted to ask about fare checking to EPS, ETS. Do we have fare checking with the ARC card?
Yes, we do. So TPOs have handheld devices to do. So we have a procedure with TPOs to do fare inspections, and they're randomized. And for the ARC piece, it's a handheld validator that's used to do the fare inspections for ARC card holders.
Okay, so they can, ask you to pull out your ARC card, check if you tapped or not.
For sure. It actually shows them the last time that you tapped. So they would know if Carrie hadn't tapped for that particular ride because it didn't show that date on the equipment, then they would proceed with their next steps.
Okay, that's awesome. Good to know. And I suppose they can still check paper tickets or anything else as well too that somebody may have as proof of purchase.
Exactly. It's a proof of payment requirement, and we have written procedures that they follow.
But it's randomized, so you won't tell me where they're going to be and when, like say Southgate at 4 or something.
That's right. It's random fare inspections across the system, not targeting one particular, let's say location at the same time every month. It's randomized throughout the month.
Okay, and how much is a ticket for fare evasion?
Oh, council updated that.
I can pull up.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
I'm not sure who could answer this, but can we speak about drug poisonings in our transit system? We've been talking a lot about safety, but one piece we haven't talked about is drug poisonings.
So from what perspective? So we have...
Well, I know it was a major issue within the last 2 years about people overdosing in washrooms or people coming upon dead bodies, etc.
Yep. So we implemented a safer washroom strategy where we have different enhancements in those spaces. We are piloting the use of washroom attendants. We're up to, I think, 5 or 6 different locations. We have technology, which is a motion detector to signal to us if there's been no movement in the washrooms. We have reports that come in to us based on bystanders, based on our own patrolling, that will trigger getting EMS there. We also have our naloxone being administered. We added it to the security guard contract, I think about 1.5 years ago, and TPOs as well have it. But bystanders on their own can also contact EMS, so we're not aware and we don't track the exact number because we don't have control over that within the spaces.
Who would have that number? That's AHS?
My assumption is AHS, exactly.
Okay.
To offer, sorry, Councillor, just to offer a little bit of extra context there, the TPOs have administered Narcan or naloxone 457 times year to date, which is already significantly higher than the 2022 numbers, which were somewhere between 250 and 300. I'd have to go back and look.
Wow. If we could get that in a memo to council, that would be really powerful. Please and thank you. Just to the downtown team, I'm not sure if this is EPS or who, but well, it looks like there's been some really positive movement in downtown and some positive movement in Chinatown. I've also know firsthand on the south side on White Ave, incidents have spiked up. I think there's been a number of murders in the East White Ave area. There's also, I know, way more calls for service in Chinatown, in Alberta Avenue, and I'm getting reports of disorder and encampment way far south down than we ever had before. So how do we show result in these stats? Like, we're showing a drop, but is it just because that the drop is people, criminal elements just moving to other parts of town?
Thanks, Councillor Jans. I guess the reality of policing is anytime we concentrate our resources in a certain area, there's going to be an inherent displacement effect that occurs. So beyond that, all we can really do is rely on our data. I mentioned yesterday that we're using some risk terrain modeling or starting to test that to predict potentially where some of these problems may move as we displace them into other areas of the city. So I don't think you're incorrect in saying that as maybe we focus more on certain areas like transit, some of those problems may get displaced into areas like White Ave. Once those problems do arise in those areas, we obviously work with our patrol, our beats, and the rest of our crime suppression branch, including our disruption unit, to try and proactively respond to those trends as they arise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Wanted to just ask a question about the winter shelter shuttle service. Because we don't have any shelter space in the West End, I was just wondering, has there been any thought about getting West End connectivity into the shelters? Because I think right now the only two buses run north and south, and while that's great, it doesn't help for those that are in this neck of the woods here.
So Councillor Knack, we can take that back and talk about it with the team and our provider if there's a need to connect there. We also have our regular service too. So we'll look at all the different components and take it back to talk with our colleagues.
Great, I appreciate that.
Sorry, if I could just add, Councillor Knack too, we're also trying to work on some sort of a warming place on the West End, as you know. So I just wanted to confirm that that is still in the works.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that as well. I know that work is underway, and thank you for your help with that, and look forward to hopefully an opportunity to help with that. Just the last question, and it just goes a little bit to the conversation that was had a bit earlier from some of the questions about access to long-term housing. I guess I think the other thing that sort of jumped to mind is about, whether it's 10%, 6%, 100%, there aren't enough units. If everyone tomorrow that we were engaging wanted to access long-term housing, there aren't options for them right now, correct? All the spots that we built with federal funding primarily and a bit of provincial funding are already full, correct? Or about to be filled, as I think some have been recently opening and they've been putting people in. Is that correct?
Yeah, those builds that you're speaking of are specifically supportive housing, so that's a different clientele. That wouldn't be the totality of the people on the by names list.
Yeah, I guess it was just talked about embracing long-term housing support. So my thought is those who might be accessing our public spaces, if they have significant needs right now, even if they were interested in housing, that a lot of those spots where you might have wraparound supports aren't available right now for housing. Correct. I mean, we just to go back, the supportive housing units we have are filled.
I believe they are, and we continue to build more for our through Rapid Housing Initiative 3. But you are correct. There is a surge of people in need, and our capacity is stretched.
Yeah, exactly. And again, just I thought we should mention that, because I think I'd love to be that number to 100%, but for folks who have more significant needs, that we need to continue to work on in partnership with the order of government most responsible for that. So, okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I just had one quick question. I thought it was very interesting in a presentation at Commission, I think just the other week or the last week, we heard the really important role that transit plays in the Integrated Offender Management Program, for example. I think the quote was that transportation is a key responsivity factor in offender success. So having good access to get to appointments, to do that follow-up is a really important part of that broader community safety piece. Just wondering if your teams have connected with ETS, if there is integration there in terms of some of the discounted transit passes, some of the system navigation. Have those connections been made already?
So I don't know if that has happened, but I do think that is a good point, and that'll be something we can follow up, because it is absolutely important that even if an individual is an offender, that they do have access to getting to their respective appointments and doing their follow-up. So that's something we'll follow up on.
Great, great. I see Ms. Hunt McDonald there as well. Is that
Yeah.
something?
I was just going to add, we distribute all of that through social agencies, and I'd be surprised if there aren't those partnerships, but happy to take that away and verify.
Great. Yeah, I think some of the specific work that's happening through the Integrated Offender Management team, some of those direct relationships could be really helpful. So thank you so much for that. I will put a motion on the floor, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that we have one yet, or has someone already put receive for information?
Well, I have one, Councillor Cartmel has one.
Oh, that one. Okay,
And-
yes, I can do a subsequent.
Right.
Maybe I'll just, maybe a question then while I have my time.
So just told them, go ahead, I'll come back to
Sure.
clerk.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on what Councillor Tang had flagged as well. I think there's obviously a bit of a tension in terms of us wanting to have these conversations, ensure that safety is staying top of priority on our agendas. At the same time, you have all spent a lot of time with us over the past 2 days, and that does take away from your ability to do some of this work. So just wondering, again, Mr. Corbell, you sort of referred to it, but would there be an appetite to move potentially to quarterly updates?
Yeah, from our perspective, that we think that would be good. And again, the substitution in my mind is we do other things in between with council that aren't in this room perhaps.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thanks. I will suggest that in due course. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So process question, I know clerk was shaking your head, or when I was saying I have motion, Councillor Cartmel has one, right?
Yeah.
So what's the, what
Any
would-
counselor, so you started this item without a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
So if a counselor wants to make a motion, my advice is they're entitled to put the motion on the floor as long as you agree that it's valid.
And then the rest could be subsequent then?
Yes.
Okay. So I will give the chair to Councillor
I have the chair.
Rutherford. Do have question, and then I'll move the my motion.
Oh, you're asking questions? Okay,
I have
please go
two
ahead.
questions before
Yep,
I move that,
absolutely.
right? So, this is to Robbie. Will increasing COT help with more interactions and engagements? You're at 21% now, right? You have capacity issues, right? If more were added, you will have more interactions?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And to EPS, I appreciate 21 officers being dedicated to transit, and we are seeing results because of that. But I worry that getting to 50 we have to wait till May of 2024, right? I worry that we may lose some momentum, right? Are there interim opportunities for additional resources allocation?
I can clarify that the staffing plan actually takes us into October of 2024 to fulfill that last 7-person tracks team. We're currently sitting at 3 of the potential 6 tracks teams staffed. There is some ability to move our resources internally within my area, which is crime suppression branch. That would mean taking away teams from, or I guess members from areas like our disruption section, where we have been for the last 4 to 5 months, I believe, reallocating those members. So there is the potential to reassign some resources, but that comes at a loss. in
I
other
see. No, understand.
critical
There are
areas.
other pressures. Nene? No, he's ready. Okay, yeah. So can it be, so you look for opportunities kind of gradually increasing until, not waiting till October, right?
That's
If
correct,
opportunity.
and as staffing gets fulfilled through our recruit classes, we have set numbers of officers that ideally will fill those spots, but those are very prescribed numbers right now. We've got them allocated very specifically to
Yeah.
first meet those frontline policing requirements, and then supplement areas like our tracks teams and other specialty units.
I understand they're hiring you're hiring, right? Understand people are applying, which is good, but you have to, takes time to bring people on board. I also heard yesterday from EPS that close to 500 people that they came to contact with on LRT stations, all of them were not paying their fare, right? Do we know how many of those that are not paying the fare? Maybe it was maybe I understood wrong, right? That people on LRT station that come into contact with EPS usually haven't paid their fare, right? They haven't paid to get on the train or station. Did I understand right?
Sir, do you mind if we have a look at that? That's not a stat that jumps out at us.
I saw that in the media as well somewhere. That maybe I'll follow up offline. Okay, don't take my quote as accurate. It could be wrong, right? But I'll follow up, right? So Andre, like CURA, Canadian Urban Transit Association, made a number of recommendations to improving public transit safety. And we're implementing all of them that are in our control. That's my understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I also have to say that Carrie Houghton McDonald was on the committee that put those recommendations together for CUDA. And I believe a lot of those recommendations, in my opinion, came from some of our transit safety plans that we've had in place for a while. And Carrie, I don't know if you want to comment more on that.
That's okay. I'll follow up offline. So I'll move. Where's my motion? Clerk had a copy. Okay, here you go. Okay. I'll move that administration return to the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment with an unfunded service package to create 4 additional transit community action teams.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Before I go to you to introduce, we do have some guests in the room. So I will introduce our guests and then go back to you for introducing that motion. So usually the mayor is the one that introduces folks when they come, but he's just moved a motion. So as the deputy mayor, I am in his role right now. So that's how that works. But we do have students from grade 6 from John A. McDougall School here in Ward O-Damon. Councillor Stevenson is your city councillor, and I see you're here with your teacher, Mrs. Lassard. Yes, hello, and happy to see you on your City Hall field trip tour. How long have you been here for? The afternoon or? The afternoon? And did you do any kind of mock council or anything like that? Well, I will follow the tradition of Mayor Sohi and ask, who is the mayor? Who is the, oh, hello. And what did you debate? Oh, you debated about ETS for free. And would you like to come down and tell us a little bit more about what was debated? Yeah, the clerk will direct you to the microphone right there. Or Mr. Corbold, the city manager, is helping you out. Thank you, Andre. Such a gentleman, as always. And so, what's your name? First name?
My name is Ashwini.
Nice to meet you. So you were debating whether transit should be free, and what was some of the debates points for and against?
Well, for 4, they were for like kids to actually go to school, because some kids can miss it without actually going.
Yeah.
And for against, it was like more crimes being happening.
And what was the vote? What was the final decision?
It was carried on. So
It was carried
on, which
on?
means
Yes, which means what?
they wanted the ETS to be free for K to 12 students.
And what was the vote split?
I think 5-7.
5-7. So it was a type vote. That we would consider that a pretty split vote here on council. Well, thank you so much. That's great. Thank you for being here. We really enjoy having young people. But I will go back to the mayor. You can hear him introduce his motion now and give him a few minutes to introduce his motion.
Yeah, I think this council has really shown how seriously we take safety in general and also the safety on public transit. We have shown that through our actions. We made significant investments during our 4-year budget process to hire more transit peace officers, as well as add more COT teams, allocate more resources for cleanup and other things, right? So, and what I heard today that the plan we have placed is working. We need to find a way to accelerate that plan. So what I'm proposing is more practical and practical in a way that will help further improve safety on public transit by having additional peace officers and the action teams in place. So my motion is quite specific about closing that capacity by having 4 additional teams. I also want to make sure that we understand and public understand that that we will continue to take it very, very seriously, and adding these resources will help. And if there's any impression out there or anyone suggesting that this council does not take its responsibility to make public transit safer for everyone, is not being generous about that assumption, right? So we just need to build on what is working and continue to work on it.
Thank you very much. And just because we are at City Council and it's a bit more rigorous, I am going to ask my colleagues to, and we've had several rounds of questions, general broad questions. I'm going to ask my colleagues to focus on the motion on the floor for any questions at this time. So if you have any questions, do you have questions on the motion on the floor, Councillor Wright? Yep, please go ahead.
I did just want to confirm with Rob, because I've asked EPS and in regards to the TPOs, as far as recruitment, there's people out there that we can hire to do this work?
Yes, there is.
Okay, because I know sort of in the past concerns with, social workers and that being burned out, but there's still people, okay. And then, yeah, sorry, did you have something else to add?
No.
Okay, thanks. And then Mayor Sohi, this is not only for those outreach workers with Bantero, but also TPOs, is that right? Or is it just TPOs?
No, I think that's a good question that administration can answer, whether it's TPO plus social workers or just TPOs.
Mr. Jones?
Certainly, right now, the TCAT teams are just TPOs, but if there's a different model out there that you'd like us to consider, happy to look at what those might be.
Oh, I thought this was for COT.
Oh, for COT. COT is TPOs and the outreach workers from Bantero, yes.
Okay. Oh, this is TCAT. I'm sorry. There's so many acronyms, and they all seem to do the same thing, or are supposed to do the same thing. So this would just be TPOs then?
Yeah, again, we could look at different models if we were expanding our access, but that's what it is currently, yeah.
So if you would like it to be broader, I would suggest either suggesting an amendment to the motion, or with that understanding that this is specifically as administration understands it, and what I'm hearing, that it would be specifically for the TCAT team. So just to put that out to my colleagues, if you think it should be broader than that, let's make it more explicit in the motion.
I would ask the mover if he would take that as a
I think
amendment for
I think we should give latitude to administration to figure out if it needs to be broader. They'll figure it out. They're the one who know what is needed out in a real time, right? So, and I see them nodding heads.
So can we add in there and COT, or?
Yes. Is that okay to add? Would that help?
Yes, I think it would, Councillor.
Okay.
Great.
So do
That'll
I
be
have
friendly.
consent from would you consider that friendly, I guess, first of all, from everyone on? Okay, I see nods, and then for the folks online, I'm guessing I'm not hearing any dissenting voices, so I'll take that as.
Just a clarification, Councillor Rutherford, and to my partner David there. TCAT is a subsection of the transit peace officers, so it's a group with them. Then maybe we should blow it up to the TPO level, the transit peace officer level, / outreach, so it gives some latitude and opportunity. It's quite focused right now with this motion, and maybe we could back it up a bit.
So should we add something like to unfunded service package for transit safety outcomes? I don't know. Anyway, we'll keep going around. We'll think about that. Maybe work with the mover.
Yeah, if there's ideas
in the
there.
meantime, but I think we're hearing it might be a little too tight and narrow. Councilor Wright, are you done with your questions at this time? But at this time, I think there was unanimous consent to add the COT team, so we will do that. And then if there's further amendments to be made to make it even broader, we will welcome those on the floor at that time. Councillor Knack, do you have questions on this amendment?
Yeah, I actually guess I just wanted to, I think it got lost in the shuffle yesterday when the motion was sort of circulated. We and maybe I'll double check with Mr. Jones. The motion we passed last week at Community and Public Services Committee is that broad-based motion. It talks about transit peace officers and talks about enforcement officers in a number of areas, but it includes the transit peace officers. So I guess I'm just wondering, I think you already were given direction to do that for the spring.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so it was more of a flag to the mover and the deputy mayor right now. Is I actually think that motion, the motion on the floor is essentially already approved as of last week. So I just was looking to maybe save us some time because that's already been approved.
Thank you for that flag, Councillor Knack. Can I just turn to the clerk? Can you share what the motion was that was?
Yep, we're just calling up the minute.
Perfect.
That's interesting.
If there's a distinction to want to add COT, that would make it different.
Yeah, fair point. Just using my time. The motion that had been passed is that administration bring forward an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the spring 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment deliberations that outlines recommended resourcing requirements for all proactive enforcement services, excluding the Edmonton Police Service.
Okay,
so the COT team would be a new addition. So if we wanted to specifically make the motion about COT, everything else is captured in the other motion. So that would just be my flag. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to seek guidance from the clerk on this because my inclination is to want to ask for withdrawal of this motion, at least to refine, so we're not refining it and on the fly, and potentially make it clear how it's either complementing and not duplicating the already existing direction. But I wanted to get as a, new in this is a new thing as I've experienced as a chair, what your take is on that.
Yeah, so the way we were viewing these are two separate things. So if you want to ask the mover to take it off the floor and everybody agrees.
But they are two different. You would consider them very different?
Based on, I need to do a side-by-side, but based on what I understood from the mayor's office that they were looking for, it was a slightly different thing. So
Okay,
I was leaving that up to council to decide what it wants to prioritize as bringing back as unfunded service packages.
Okay, so we will leave it on the floor as is, and then we can grapple with that based on what's decided today and what comes back subsequently at any adjustment budget. Councillor Stevenson. Or sorry, Councillor Knack, were you finished? Did that help clarify for you?
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions on this amendment?
I do, thank you. Generally, I think it's really excellent, and happy to consider it moving forward. A few points of clarification. So, Councillor Tang astutely pointed out that our transit safety plan is based on 4 pillars. this motion is really focused on one pillar, maybe two. Just wondering, if I recall, we had some other unfunded service packages at our recent budget deliberations around having ETS staff for sort of station navigation and hosting, also an unfunded service package for some of the station animation.
That's correct, Councillor. We had those two service packages, but they were not selected for funding during the process.
Okay, so maybe just for simplicity, so I think we want to be holding all of those options and those opportunities together. If those will not automatically come back to the spring supplementary, the spring SOBA, correct? Those funding packages?
That's correct. There's no motion directing us to bring them back.
Okay.
They were brought forward in the fall, and then they didn't proceed for funding.
Okay, but given that we have the information, the pertinent information already prepared, we don't necessarily need an unfunded service package in order to move a motion to fund something. Is that correct? Maybe to the clerks?
Yeah, Jerry, I would agree. I think it's a little, it depends on the complexity of it and how much detail we have and how different it is from the original unfunded package.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and then how much notice we have to bring it forward, of course.
Yeah, but for example, let's say I theoretically were to say, you know, I do want to see that 300,000 go towards the animation. I could just move at Spring SOBA, $300,000 go to station animation.
Yeah, I would just, I mean, if Stacy were here, she would probably want to say that, you know, we just passed a budget, haven't even started to implement it yet, and we're already starting to see unfunded packages that were considered as part of the budget. So I feel it's my duty to say, you know,
I mean,
we're 2 weeks away from budget being approved, and we're talking about unfunded packages for the next few months down the road. So.
And I take that feedback. I think we were also pretty explicit that we were looking for further adjustments as part of Spring SOBA as we had additional information. Like, I don't think that's a secret that we were planning to make further adjustments in the spring. Is that a surprise to is my understanding
It's
incorrect?
not a surprise, but the advice has consistently been, we can't be redoing the budget every 6 months, I would say.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, and then, oh, I apologize. I had one other question, but it has fled. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, do you have questions on this amendment, or this motion, sorry, not amendment?
Yeah, just to check in though, like, is it being withdrawn, amended, changed?
It has, at this point, it is not being withdrawn because the clerk's interpretation is that they are complementary but distinct motions. We have, through unanimous consent, added the COT team, which is just going to be updated on what you see on the screen right away, and that's where we're at.
Okay, I guess my question to the mover is, you know, you have a very strong relationship with the provincial government. I think all of us around the table, EPS included, recognize that these problems are the result of the provincial government's inadequate addressing of mental health, addiction, homelessness, etc. Is this something that should be maybe an advocacy motion to the province that we ask for them to fund instead? Like, at what point do we have to say no to or stop going to the Edmonton taxpayer?
Yeah, I know we are working with provincial government on the root causes, and there has been some movement, and there's some money allocated for housing, and you know, just had a meeting with Minister Alice yesterday. We identified a number of things that were still outstanding from the previous conversation that we had with them on harm reduction and detox facilities. So we'll continue to do that, but I think at the same time, making sure that we are responding to the realities that are out there, and enforcement is absolutely a city responsibility, whether it's policing, whether it's through security officers, right, or peace officers, sorry. So that's why I'm focusing on. I think this will further stabilize the situation as we seek solutions for the long-term interventions on the root causes.
Okay, yeah. When you said that council wants to, well, no, you know what? I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. Just a really quick question. We probably can already just take, I mean, I'm looking at it and I can sort of eyeball the cost. Do you want to just give me a sort of broad answer on what that looks like?
So for
I don't think we have it at our fingertips, and I don't want to guess. If somebody's got a real answer for that, go ahead, but I don't want to.
Well, here's how to do it. How many people are on a team, and then what's the average they will expect to earn, and then are there any like sort of material elements that would, like physical elements that would cost money? That's generally how it price it out, right?
Yeah, it is, Counselor, but then there's things like vehicles, and like
Okay, all right.
I hate to guess on these things at
No
the fly.
ballpark.
And so
No
I
ballpark
really,
figure. We'll wait till it comes back.
and I think the whole point of it is to come back with that number. So.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. Just trying to shortcut it. All right. Okay. And just a little just editing thing. That should probably be and or community outreach teams to give flexibility for administration. I think that was the intent.
That would help us.
That was the intent of the amendment, I think.
Sure. Does the Assembly consider it friendly?
I think it's just an editing thing. Yeah.
I mean, it does change the intent, so it isn't, because it means that the administration can come back with not both, but one or the other. So I'm not saying it's not friendly, I'm just saying it's not a minor edit, it does change.
Yeah, okay. And
So we would just want to have unanimous consent.
one more clarification, because we have the motion that came through in Community and Public Services Committee, this would just basically be a subset and refinement of what was asked for in that motion, is that my understanding?
No, it is considered to be
Well,
distinct
with
unfunded
the
packages.
COT, that's like a more of a clarification of what that would be. It's a little bit different than was asked for. So it's like a subset of what the motion was. Like, so it's not really a bunch of additional work here.
I definitely see how there'd be some overlap. I think we'd put a little bit of maybe a different perspective on this one, just to give some options, but certainly we wouldn't be suggesting that both of the transit-related packages be approved. I think that would be duplicative, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are adding and/or, because I did see nods for that. So.
Is that just between the CAT and COT teams?
Yep, so action teams and/or community outreach transit safety team. Anything else, Councillor Paquette? That's okay. And then Councillor Wright, are you on the board to speak or for further questions? Yes, a further question to clarify the difference. Okay, so we'll need somebody. So she's on the board for further questions. We would need to move a second round.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson and seconded by Councillor Principe. Please vote for a second round.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Okay, Councillor Wright, please go for your questions focused on the motion on the floor.
Okay, so I think Councillor Knack's motion from Community and Public Services focused on enforcement, correct? I think I heard him read that out. Whereas this, with the addition of the COT, also includes the outreach. And so that's trying to balance that support and enforcement that we heard about this morning, right?
I just also have to say, Councillor, that just because we're talking about transit peace officers doesn't mean that their first thing they do is enforcement. There's a lot of outreach done by them as well. So.
But I'm talking about the outreach done by Bantero with the COT teams.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that that's the difference then that we're looking at.
That's what I would agree. I would for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But I just feel like I have to make the point that TPOs do a lot of this outreach themselves.
Oh,
and
yes.
so do police. So.
Yeah. I realize that, but yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I remembered what I was going to ask, which is whether we'll have some evaluation around TPOs, COT teams, I think we've talked about this in the past, just sort of how we evaluate where the best investment is. Do we get a bigger bang for our buck with all TPOs, with mixed COT teams? Will we have some of that evaluation available by the time we're making this decision?
Yeah, I think that could be provided as
Great.
part of the report, Councillor, absolutely.
Great, thank you so
I think that would
much.
be an important part.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that'll help us make the best decision on that possible. Thank you, thanks very much.
Okay, that concludes the questions on the amendment. I keep saying amendment, I apologize, I'm used to budget. I was chairing for budget. So the motion on the floor. If we can make sure that's displayed again, clerk, and then does anybody want to speak to this? No?
Just one really quick point, if you don't
Sure.
mind. Yeah, we know, just putting it out there, we know how much a COT team costs. We know how much the other teams cost. We should be able to estimate things on the fly. That's all I'm going to say. I support this motion.
Yeah, and Councillor Burkett, can you take the chair for me to speak quickly to it? I said, can you take the chair for me to speak quickly to this motion? Okay. Thank you. So I understand the intent of this. I'm very hesitant to support it, not because I don't agree with the need to be looking at services for within transit and such. I just, again, I heed the caution from our administration. It's getting quite fatiguing to feel like we're debating budget 3 times a year. And my understanding was we were going to look at things more comprehensively through the work within 2024 around OP12 and how we are going to reallocate some of those resources and look at grapple with all of our priorities, all of the things that we want to do, and all of the places that we need to refine or adjust. So for that reason, I just wanted to explain why my vote was going to be no, not because, again, I don't think that this might end up rising to the top. I just would rather do that through the process of OP12 and through different venues than continuing to debate budget at supplementary budgets. Thank you. I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
And I will go to Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you so much for Council's consideration on this. What I would say, Councilor Rutherford, your concern is that during the budget process, as part of the omnibus, we approved a motion where administration will be coming back with $10 million of possible reallocations tied into OP12 as part of the spring discussion before we set the mill rate. And that motion also talks about either using that money to reduce the tax levy impact or using that money to enhance core services, right? So I see investing in transit safety as a core service, right? So I think there's an opportunity to have that debate under that motion. And that's what I've been thinking about too. Like otherwise, I agree with you. Can't open up the spring supplemental for revisiting the budget discussion, right? I wouldn't do that. But I think because we have that request to administration and they're going to bring forward ideas, and that will allow us some opportunity to have this conversation. I think that's why I think this fits into the that supplemental budget discussion in spring. I also feel that we have some momentum going now on the safety, on public transit. And we are seeing numbers that are telling us that crime severity is declining, the overall violent crime is declining. Yes, non-violent crime is up, disorder is declining as well, right? So recognizing the heightened attention that Edmontonians are paying now to this issue because of the horrific incident that took place at the Coliseum station, and another one that also took place close to the Coliseum station. I think we can further accelerate that work that is already underway by allocating more resources and deal with that perception and also the reality of situation that people do face on the LRT stations on transit stations, right, and on the overall bus network as well to some extent. So that is kind of the rationale for me to bring forward this, right. So I would ask council to consider supporting that in that context, and we will have further discussion during the spring supplemental discussions. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried 10-3, and I will return the chair.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, now to subsequent motions on this, and I'll go to Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move the motion previously offered through notice as a subsequent. And that reads as follows: that administration provide a report outlining a detailed plan for a 2-year trial for the use of fare gates at 2 transit facilities, including 1 LRT station with an underground platform, and outline a detailed costing for the trial and an evaluation plan in the report. So I will just...
Need a second?
Second.
Councillor Hamilton, thank you so much. Okay, we'll start the time again for Councillor Cardinal to make the introduction, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's effectively 3 threads that I think that at least consideration of a fare gate idea supports, and they're as follows. Notwithstanding what we've heard over the last couple of days, I think that we have a safety issue on our platforms, and I don't know that it's necessarily going away. And I know we've talked about just how we might address that, but we've seen not just the events of the last couple of weeks or the ones that reported in the last couple of weeks, but we've heard several reports of incidents that have happened on the platform at LRT stations over the last few years. And I think there's a distinction to be made there. I think there's also a perception of safety question that we need to think about. And I, like you, have heard some of the other commentary that has come up since I gave notice of this motion roughly a week ago. And that is that, you know, there's not just the stations, but the areas around the stations where people might encounter disorder or feel less safe. And I think there's a distinction to be made there. I've had the opportunity to talk to some university students, some others that use the stations, and the distinction they make is that when you're in the pedway spaces that lead to those stations, you're passing through. So even if you do see something that you would rather not encounter, you can dart by it, you can reverse course, you can take another exit, you can do those kinds of things. But when you're on the station and you see disorderly conduct or you feel threatened, you have nowhere to go. If you have the choice of leaving that space and not finding your way home or your way to wherever you're headed on that train. But you're effectively stuck in that space, and you don't have a lot of options. And I think that making that a more safe haven is something that we ought to consider. And I can speak to others. I'm out of time as questions come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartwell. Questions now, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I'll just start with administration. You know, I think we had provided direction for administration to come back with strategies that you felt would help improve transit safety. I don't recall that fare gates was part of that. So just wondering if some analysis has already been done, or what, if administration has looked into fare gates in the past.
I can jump in. We did a cursory review, and the city of Calgary also studied it. This motion would allow us to do a more detailed review and then bring forward a report for council's consideration with the components that are outlined in the motion if it proceeds.
Okay, so then maybe just to the movers. So I didn't see this sort of explicitly mentioned in the motion, but as part of this report, you would be looking at sort of an assessment of the, you know, the pros and cons or the cost benefit in this as well?
I would think all of that, and I think that I don't know that I don't know what conclusions can be generally reached on, you know, the effectiveness necessarily. There perhaps is a jurisdictional scan, and I'd say that it goes well beyond Calgary. I know people have pointed to that example. I don't know that it is an automatic direct comparator. But I would like to see this report actually talk about, you know, what a pilot would look like and what learnings would come out of that pilot, and, you know, and effectiveness of a fare gate from a security perspective would be one. I think fare gate effectiveness from a fare evasion perspective would be another.
Okay, great. So the report back would include sort of that jurisdictional analysis and a cost benefit compared to other interventions?
Well, I think I don't know that it can come back with a cost benefit. I think that would imply, you know, some assumptions to be made. I think it would come back with, this is what it would cost, and if we do it, then we'll see the benefit.
Okay, sorry. So I guess I was thinking the jurisdictional scan would inform the cost benefit.
That may be, yes.
Okay. Does administration, is that a shared understanding that type of information could come back in that report?
Understanding, yeah, like the spirit in which Councillor Cartmell just answered, I understand what he's intending, and we would do our very best to be able to address that in the report.
Okay, great.
And I think we did a bit in the initial cursory one, and we
Yeah.
would do the same in this one. Yeah.
Great. Would that, yeah, okay. Would that go so far as comparing that intervention to other interventions specifically, or speak more general? Like, you know, if we put X here, this is what we could potentially achieve. If we put X here, here's what else we could achieve.
I think
Or is
we'll
that-
have to see where it takes us,
Sure.
Counselor, but we can take that and see what we can do.
Okay,
Sometimes, as you know, you start these reports and it points you in different ways, but
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think so.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. My question's to the mover. How long are, I guess, it's been a year now of the Community Safety Task Force, is that correct?
I'm not quite. I'm going to say it was March.
Sure. Has this topic come up at the task force?
There hasn't been a meeting since early May, June. Yeah, and no, it has not come up. Fare gates did not come up at those meetings. I think we had 4 meetings altogether.
Has transit safety?
In broad and general terms, yeah.
As a member of the task force, have you had the opportunity to raise transit safety or fare gates?
We've talked about, in the same way that we've had this discussion over 2 days, how societal circumstances are affecting safety in transit and public realm safety in general and perceptions of safety. Again, we haven't had a meeting in many months, and fare gates was not a specific topic of conversation.
So you haven't tried to like proactively put it on their agenda though?
Again, we haven't had an agenda or a meeting, so hard to put it on anybody's agenda when there's not a conversation.
But even prior to that?
No, I did not ask about fare gates at the task force meeting prior to anything.
Is that something you would consider doing?
I'm not sure there's going to be another meeting, Councillor Jans. I'm not sure that it continues. I honestly, and I'm not being glib, sir, we have no line of sight of that. I don't know if it's continuing or not, so can't tell you.
Well, that's very disappointing to hear.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I guess I hear you. It was the same line of questioning I was putting to the mayor that, you know, how long every one of these costs is in order of magnitude higher for Edmontonians to have to pay compared to the province, and especially acknowledging that many of the culprits that we're wishing to discourage or catch are there because of the province. So I guess I'm
Well, presuming that's a question, Councillor Jans, my motion proposes that we find out what the cost is first before any other considerations.
Yeah. So has this, there were, I guess maybe this is to administration. There were Edmonton police on transit until 2019. That's correct?
So who is the question to, sorry?
Administration.
Okay.
Like there were Edmonton police on LRT before 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, there were.
And you know, I've heard this Fairgates question quite a bit, but only in the last 2 years. And I don't know, is this an ongoing conversation we have every few years, or?
So the first report administration brought to council on this was 2011. They had brought forward a report. So it has, you know, come up in the context of fare evasion. And I think not just in ETS, for other properties as well, it's that discussion of, do you have an open system or a closed system or a hybrid system? And there's different tools and equipment depending on the approach.
Right. So if we were to pass this motion today, and I'm thinking of specifically Southgate Mall, so pure hypothetical, if we were to do Southgate, admin would come back with, here's where we put the gates. But in that instance, you wouldn't be able to block the pedway because the pedway is used by as a crossing over the road. Is that like, or could you block the pedway? Like, is that what would be complicated?
I think it's very premature to weigh in on a detailed level, but what this does, this motion, it says bring a detailed plan. So we would exactly do that, outline criteria that we would suggest we use to select the locations. We would outline any constraints, and then we would propose to you, should council want to pursue this, here's the cost information, how we would evaluate it, and the details around how it could be implemented, to your point about use of space, how people access platforms, all of those different components.
Yeah. It's, I guess maybe to the mover, is the mover worried that if we put up, say, fare gates at Southgate, given this example, that culprits would just take the bus then or hang around the bus loop instead? The displacement question?
Well, my focus was actually on the downtown stations, the downtown LRT stations. So in the Southgate instance, yes, there's a difference between the transit center portion and the LRT platform portion. And I acknowledge that, you know, when you've got a flat piece of concrete that's 8 inches high off the street, it's going to be pretty hard to use a fare gate to police that. But that's not my focus. My focus is on those spaces where we've where people have congregated in tight spaces, and that we might limit access to that for transit riders only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to administration. I just wanted to see that if you would be looking at different styles of gates. I've heard concerns of certain gates are easy to hop over, so maybe it wouldn't be a deterrent. So would you include different styles of gates, ones that are accessible as well?
For sure. There's a lot of different considerations. We'll outline all of that in the report.
Let me ask.
And bring that forward.
Okay, great. That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, before we go further into question, I just want to get a sense from council colleagues if they don't have any questions to EPS delegation. You know, probably they probably want to leave and get on to some of the other work that they want to do, right? I was on.
No question. I know what that is. It's not that for them.
It's not that. Okay. Well, okay. Good. Thank you so much for joining us, and once again, thank you so much for the work you do. Yeah. Okay. Take care. Yeah. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. So Carrie, do you have current resource to do this body of work? It's with the amount of detail compared to past, where it's not just a simple jurisdictional scan, right? We'll be fairly involved. Can you do this within the existing resource?
And we're going to try. So we would bring a cross-functional team together to dig in and outline the report. Depending on the timing, I'm hoping we can have a few months to do this. When we get back in January, everyone will kind of prioritize this if it passes.
Okay. And I guess to the mover, what's the timeline that you foresee, like if we get this back, say Q2, you foresee identifying a funding source for fall SOBA and then rolling it out in 2025?
Well, I was hoping for spring SOBA, but there's a quality versus speed equation there, and I defer to administration on that.
Yeah.
Could we put Q2 and then just work with the department on when it could come back?
That's fine by me.
Is that okay, Carrie?
Clerk Giesbrecht.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, I think that's helpful because I feel like we're putting a lot on the spring SOBA. And so I think I heard you say, you mentioned downtown, so Churchill, Coliseum are potential candidates. I guess maybe I'll start with administration. After doing all that scan and kind of looking at the feasibility of specific locations, could there be a scenario where it's not viable? I imagine you might come back with multiple recommendations, and maybe one of the options is status quo.
So the way the motion reads to me is you're asking me to present a detailed plan. As part of that plan, we would identify all of the considerations and criteria. If for some reason it ended up that we say it's difficult to put together a detailed plan, we would certainly outline that. But my intent is to take this motion at its face value and make sure that we respond to every component of it.
Okay. So then I guess the movers, so that would not necessarily be a scenario you will entertain. The ultimate goal is to trial this for 2 years and generate the data that's Edmonton specific. Yeah.
So this is what I envision we get back. We get back a report that says this is what it would take from a cost perspective to install fare gates at several stations. Some are not practical, or some would see this kind of a gate, that kind of a thing. If we proceed with a pilot project, this is how we will evaluate that pilot project. These are the things, the data we'll gather, the things we'll track, those kinds of things. Council, if you want to proceed, it's going to cost you X, and then we have a choice to make. And it's our choice if we want to maintain the status quo given those offerings.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So to the mover then, so you're just looking for the cost to do this, not whether it's going to be effective?
Well, that's a loaded question. But what I'm looking for is the cost to do this, and then if it was done, what would the evaluation process be to see if they are effective or not?
Okay, so, because I'm just wondering, if we're sending administration away to do a jurisdictional scan, I don't know how many jurisdictions have just one or two.
Well, no, I'm not,
gates.
it's not a jurisdictional scan from that perspective, but, and I will hesitate to offer, but I'll offer a couple. When TransLeague did this in Vancouver, they saw a year later that there was an effect. The question is correlation for sure, but there were positive changes 1 year after fare gates were installed. The City of Toronto has fare gates on all of its stations, most of which are underground, the subway stations, not the streetcar stations. So there's other places to draw on that tells you what a fare gate looks like. I've got 2 unsolicited emails that show what fare gates look like and what they cost. Now, are they relative? I don't know. I would hand that to Ms. Houghton-McDonald to see if there's value in these unsolicited submissions. So drawing on other jurisdictions, is it glass? Is it mesh? Are they full height? What does evacuation look like? What does access look like? What does accessibility look like? All of those things.
Okay, so so it is more just about the costing of it, and then we can do an assessment beyond that.
I don't think we can assess the effectiveness. I honestly don't think we can assess the effectiveness of them without actually putting them in. Okay. We can guess, but we don't know, is my view.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, Ms. Houghton-McDonald, is some of this information already readily accessible? I'm just wondering, can it be done with existing resources?
Yes, I don't need additional resources, so we will prioritize this and pull together a cross-functional team to do the work. And we love writing council reports. We'll write a report for you, again, addressing all of the components in the motion.
And we love reading them. Thank you very much. I guess it doesn't hurt to have more information with which to make a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, Mr. Corbell, I understand, is Adam online now?
We are trying to get him online.
Okay,
Adam?
I'll
He's
ask
here.
if
Oh,
Adam's
he's here now. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So I actually, I know, Mr. Laughlin, you're just jumping in on this, but I'm sure you've at least heard of the notice of motion before. So one of the things that I'm grappling with is how do you plan for a 2-year trial of hard infrastructure? Because like we're talking about getting numbers, but to actually implement something, like do we have, are there any examples of temporary, similar to how we've done with the street labs, for like temporary installments? Like, I'm just trying to understand, because like if it's a pilot project for 2 years, like even if it's the price, if you're assessing the costing, you would still have to, I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
Well, I think we'd have to look at suppliers, look at, work with our transit folks to confirm appropriate installations. And if your question is the speed at which we can do that, it's really going to be a function on.
It's more, how do you price, like, are there temporary installments that you and your team as this cross-disciplinary would explore that might not be as costly as permanent infrastructure, for example? Is there examples of other places where fare gates, there is temporary installments of any kind of fare stuff, is what I'm trying to understand.
I think we'd have to investigate that with ETS in terms of what's available, what's the most cost effective, what could be installed as quickly as possible so that you maximize the opportunity to measure the performance. These are probably products that you can access based on use in other agencies or municipalities. And so we would start there and then start to expand out to see what materials, what equipment is available to implement as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I guess back to ETS, you said in a response to another counselor that you take this motion at face value of what's written in here. But this motion is silent to any kind of actual assessment of whether that's a good cost value or any research that already exists on the effectiveness of fare gates. So I know a few other counselors have asked if that's going to be included, but if I'm reading this motion and it is saying go and find these costings and come back with what that would be and how you would evaluate it once installed. It's not saying and let us know if that's a good use of city, from administration's perspective, if that's a good use of city dollars and resources.
Yeah, so my response, and perhaps I didn't choose my words properly, is to say I'm focusing on ensuring that we address every single component of the motion. If it's the request of council to also include some other components, happy to do that as well. But wanted to reassure that all of the different elements of this motion will be in that report. So my apologies if I didn't make myself
Yeah, well, that was my next question, is if it should be amended to be more clear, because I think there is at least a desire for me that if this is generating a report, that we have the expertise with those numbers from administration to go with it in terms of an assessment and a recommendation.
So I would say if it's important to ensure that it's captured, putting it into the language would be the best way to make sure, because there are multiple different pieces to this, if that's the will of council.
Okay, I'll think about that. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Very similar question, so I'll just pick up there. Really trying to think about when we get this report back as it stands today, if there's no amendments made, I really just see cost as being one of the factors that we would be basing our decision off of, and that would be an input as to whether or not we would want to move forward with a pilot at that time. But I see, I would want to have a more fulsome picture. Would it be to administration, if we had language around including existing research, jurisdictional scan, even a recommendation, I think would be valuable. As it's written today, would administration be coming back with any sort of recommendation at all as to whether or not to move forward with the pilot, or would it be purely informational?
So it would be an information report outlining a detailed plan for the 2-year trial, and it would include criteria for selecting a location, and it would identify a detailed costing and our approach for evaluating that 2-year trial. The way the motion's written, I feel like it's directing us very specifically to pull together a detailed plan for a 2-year trial. So that would be the intent of the report coming back.
Okay. Well, I'll forecast the colleagues. I would like to see some additional language in there around including, existing research, jurisdictional scan, even, whether or not this is in the long list of things and actions that we could do to enhance safety on transit and security on transit, if this is the best return on investment, because ultimately I think we all want to see. I'm speaking to it, so I'll stop. But to loop back to a different question, how much of this work would be compiling existing reports and analysis that's been done in the past versus new work to administration? Have we, in the past, was there a detailed plan? Obviously, it wouldn't be specific to a 2-year trial, but how detailed were those previous reports?
So they weren't very detailed. So the 2011 report that I have access to provides the information to council. So it doesn't have all the background materials, and I don't have those. This would be, I'd say, probably 90% new work to dig in deeper and understand the perspectives of all the different agencies that have gone down this road, see if there's any updated information from the research. And my apologies for mentioning Calgary again. I mention it in the context of there were jurisdictional scans completed and included in that report, so it's a jumping off point. But I'd say the bulk of this will be net new work, and then to put it into a detailed plan that we can bring forward.
Okay. And then switching gears a little bit, how would a pilot like this be financed? I mean, we're talking capital dollars, part infrastructure, but it would only be for 2 years. How would that work? I'm just looking for a little bit of guidance there. Or would that come back with options for costing?
So I think that would be included in the details that come forward in a report. It will depend on some of the design elements and the options that we present. And again, I feel like it's a little too soon for me to weigh in on those details. We have to actually look at the different options, look at the different types of equipment. As Councillor Cartmell mentioned, there's a lot of different types of gates, and I think Councillor Principe mentioned it too. So we'd want to just dig in a bit deeper before we are able to answer that type of question.
Sure. And maybe just to the mover, would you be open to including some additional components for that analysis, including existing research, jurisdictional scan, and what the return on investment looks like for this action, potentially compared to other safety measures we could take? Or do you feel that would be beyond what you're looking for?
No, I'm open to that. But I'm only hesitating because you've offered up a number of different things. So if there's additional wording that you want to offer, I'm open to it. I would also note that a cost-benefit analysis might consider what evaded fares we recoup as well as an outcome of having fare gates. We might get more money in our coffers that speaks to the financial part of this.
Right. Okay. Well, I will work on some wording to that effect to get a few of those components in there. But thanks so much.
Thank you. I think Councillor Rutherford is working on some wording as well, so if that could be coordinated, right? So there's not multiple amendments, I say, possibly one amendment. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So So we've heard that there is available research on turnstiles, Ms. Houghton McDonald. Is that right?
Correct. So the Calgary study included some jurisdictional research that we can leverage, and I can talk to them about it.
Yeah, so the Calgary study wasn't just focusing on Calgary. They did a jurisdictional scan, looked at a bunch of other municipalities.
That's right. And they did first-person research. They had conversations as well as doing an environmental scan, is my understanding.
Okay, and what conclusion did they come to in that Calgary report?
The Calgary report recommended investing in other safety measures and didn't recommend proceeding with it for Calgary Transit.
Right, and is Calgary Transit fundamentally different from Edmonton Transit?
We have similar service design, similar service offerings. They're a little bit bigger than us, so they have more stations, more LRT track, more LRVs. But we're similar sized cities, similar service design in terms of offering transit.
Similar stations?
Yeah, so they have an open payment system similar to us with a proof of payment requirement.
Okay, so if we did our own study, and to be clear, the Calgary one was fairly recent, would we get fundamentally different results?
I don't think I can answer that because I don't know from the point in time their research was done. I don't know what's advanced since then in the transit industry.
Let's hold on. Let's be clear. When was the Calgary report done?
I don't have that date in front of me. I believe it's within the last 12 months.
Yeah. So have there been remarkable advances in transit approaches in the last 12 months?
Are you saying we move slowly? I haven't checked in. I'm sorry. I haven't scanned the industry. It's possible that others may have embarked on this journey.
It's
I'm just not aware of
possible.
any who have.
Is it probable?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It's possible, but is it probable? Because you keep your finger on the pulse, I imagine.
In Canada, I've not heard of any. How about that? I'm heavily involved with CUDA. I'm on their board, and I haven't heard of any.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about CUDA. They've got available research and resources on transit safety, alternative measures and derivation techniques, and you actually spoke about this a little bit in the last item about having a proactive mobile units that do that job. And so in the CUDA report, can you just speak about that, like the cost-benefit analysis of engaging in that approach as opposed to a built infrastructure?
So through the National Task Force, all of the big cities had transit representatives at the table. We reviewed all of the transit safety and security frameworks and tools being used. And in the short list of recommendations from CUDA, it didn't include the use of fare gates as a security measure. And it focused on other aspects, including increasing the personnel and the visibility of staff within the stations was a big recommendation that came out of that work.
So after those extensive conversations, fare gates was not included as one of the recommended options?
That's correct, it wasn't.
Yeah, okay. So the next thing is, and EPS is gone, but I'm pretty sure our administration can handle it. Where do the majority of our incidents occur? On the platform or off the platform, or is it 50-50? I don't know. I don't know what the ratio is.
I don't think in our data evaluation we'd have a quick answer for you in terms of being able to say percentage-wise. Some of the incidents happen just outside of our stations. Some are happening on platforms. Some are happening at the pedway level.
Okay, and when we're talking about disorder or what have you, I raised this yesterday and no one answered, but the fact is there is a demographic component to that, yes or no?
Can you explain what you mean?
Yeah, the majority of our folks who are seeking shelter or warmth or who are experiencing the impacts of colonization tend to be Indigenous.
Yes, agreed.
And so essentially we're making gates. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I am going to go to Councillor Rice next. Then I may have few things to share, but not share, but I think talk about the agenda management for the rest of the items. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. My question is to Mr. Coble. So I recall last year, if my memory is correct, last year when we first starting a discussion about transit safety model back to February 2022, I recall that I asked the specific gate fear questions, and then I had a follow-up discussion with you. In terms of this piece as well. At that time, and the council decided to go to different direction, and for the CAR team and its 3 parts collaboration efforts to address public transit safety. So right now, almost 22 months, perception of public transit safety still over 50%, and basically yesterday's presentation, 59%. My question is there any way we can accelerate this gate fill infrastructure projects? Because right now the motion put on the floor is more about reports. It's my understanding the timeline. Second quarter come back, and there were these reports, and then we discuss it again, and we go to the fall, and then we discuss again, and for the budgeting, and then that means, and to put this on physically on the station will take probably to the 2025. So I just want to get a sense from city administration, is there any way we could accelerate this?
Well, I think the only way to accelerate would be to change the motion entirely and order us to do a trial now. But I do believe a report is a really good first step to this if we're going to consider it. So I don't think there's any great way of accelerating it, but I think this would be the next big step.
Okay. So then my next question to Councillor Cotmell. So I really appreciate you put this on the floor. So this is 2 years trial plan, a very detailed plan, and I heard that it's not only about the cost effectiveness. Is there any specific reason why we only pick the 2 transit facilities like station? And then from that infrastructure broader perspective, so what's the cost between the system and also to the 2 years temporary facility and put on the station? And I just want to get some like rationale behind why we pick 2.
So this motion was crafted in consultation with administration. And so this was the place that we got to, was to consider a pilot at 2 locations as a starting point. But if we get a report back that outlines the costs at more or less stations, then we can consider a trial at more or less stations at that point.
Okay, so I just try to get a better understanding, and from the systematic perspective, if this is the entire system, our transit system, puts this type of facility on, and in terms of like owning 2 stations, so how could that effectiveness to be refracted? Because if we only put 2 stations, but we have other stations still stay open, is that type of analysis and will be included in this report?
So we have 43 stations in total across the network. The information that we will put forward in this report could then be utilized if you'd like to understand the total cost of what it would look like to apply it across the entire system. I think that's what your question was.
I try to get a better understanding from cost effectiveness, also from the results, safety results perspective, and then two station, how to reflect in the entire system for this three station if other station stays open. So that's just my question. If that information could be included in the report, that'd be great.
So we will talk about how to evaluate a trial, and the intent from the counselor, my understanding was to try something, hence the reason why it's structured in this manner.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So just to manage our agenda, 6.1 is done, 7.1 and 7.2 are outstanding. 7.3 we're discussing now, 7.4 is done, 7.5 is done, 7.6 is done, and 7.7 must be done because it's time sensitive.
A decision needs to be made.
Yeah, decision needs to be made on that, right? Invitation to events, we should put that to next meeting, right?
Or you could just receive it for information and then it's done.
Okay. There's no questions on that? What that was on, okay, I know what you're saying. Okay, we'll put it to next meeting, 7.12. And I also understand that 9.2 needs to be done as well, or needs to be discussed. There's some timing sensitive issues. And I also understand that for 10.1 needs to be discussed. There's a timing issues as well as 10.3 needs to be discussed because of timing issues, right? So what I want to know from administration, like information in 7.1 and 7.2, we had a presentation. Is it okay that we put that to January meeting? There's no reason, there's no implications of putting that.
There's no implications. It's for information report. Yeah. And I talked to Ms. Padbury about this earlier. She's also happy to answer questions offline on this if that's helpful. So absolutely no problem from our perspective.
So what we will do, we'll send 7.1, 7.2, and 7.12 to the next meeting, and we will deal with the rest of the agenda. Okay?
So are you ending at 5, or are you anticipating that we might need longer, just so that we can make staffing arrangements?
I think we should be able, this is going to come to conclusion very shortly. I think we should be able to finish by 5. Yeah. Okay, all right. Or we can chat after 3:30 during break. Okay, all right. So Councillor Salvador, you have your amendment.
So I have I guess it would be a replacement motion. That administration provide a report outlining a detailed plan for a 2-year trial for the use of fare gates at 2 transit facilities, including 1 LRT station with an underground platform, including a cost-benefit analysis, recommendation, valuation plan, and detailed costing for the trial.
So just to clarify, this was my recommendation. So Councillor Salvador would like to do a delete and replace. It's the same motion with enhancements, if that's amenable to you, Mayor. Otherwise, I have to do a line-by-line, word-by-word replacement. It's this motion plus additional considerations, which would be the use of fare gates at 2 transit facilities, including cost-benefit analysis, recommendations, evaluation plan, and a detailed costing for the trial.
So that means Councillor Salvador's motion will be.
Her amendment.
Amendments will.
If it passes, it would be treated as an amendment. If it passes, it would replace Councillor Cartmel's motion, and then you would have to vote on that motion. Just treat it as an amendment. Councillor Salvador is making an amendment to change Councillor Cartmel's motion on the floor.
So we will deal with the amendment first, right?
Yep. If it gets
so we're just following the regular process as we always do. Okay. We'll need a seconder to that. Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Okay. Where is it? Here.
We're just MJ's just got it 30 seconds ago. She's just posting it up.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yep.
Provide a report outlining detailed plan for a 2-year trial for the use of fare gates at 2 transit facilities, including 1 LRT station with an underground platform, including cost-benefit analysis, recommendation, evaluation plan, and detailed costing for the trial. Okay, got it. Okay. So any questions on the amendment, please?
Yeah, I was on the queue.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. The original mover seemed to indicate he wanted the stations to be downtown, but I was wondering if the mover of the replacement motion, if Councillor Salvador would be willing to share, like, in my mind, we should be, if this is about safety, we should be doing it to the stations that are the most dangerous or have the most number of incidents, right? Like, probably not McKernan and Belgravia, like it's one of the lower stations, or...
So the question is to the mover?
Or I guess to the mover of the amendment now.
Okay, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm open to that if we want to be more specific with the facilities or with the stations rather.
So if we add one downtown LRT station?
It doesn't say downtown though. That's just, I had been thinking it would be, you know, dealer's choice from admin when they do the report to figure out which two are easiest to do this. But then I heard Councillor Cartmel say he wanted them to be downtown. So now I'm just kind of trying to, I would like clarity where, like, under what criteria are we picking the stations? Is it ease of construction? Because it'd be pretty easy to slap in at some, but others it'd be, you know, much more onerous.
Yeah, and if that's to me, Councillor Jans, I would say, I mean, I'm even open to looking at, you know, what are the two stations that, based on our data, have the most safety concerns and most incidents. Like,
I would think that's the most defensible, evidence-based way. Like, why did you choose this station? It's because it has the highest ridership and the highest things. But I was just thinking stadium might be just a nightmare for, like, you know, the Pink concert or whatever.
So I would just caution that approach, only to say that if we're picking a specific station, there might be criteria that we don't know about, like the infrastructure costs of implementing at Churchill. Churchill is an older station. There are code requirements at those stations, so the cost escalation could escalate and balloon out of control in some locations. So if we're doing an evaluation, I would suggest, again, being a little agnostic on which one it is, allow us the opportunity to kind of put together how we evaluate the best location for that implementation.
Okay, well, as fair warning, then I'll be asking for whichever ones you do choose, why you chose them, what the data shows, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll stand down now.
You can ask those questions at that time. Yeah.
And as
Brilliant. Okay, perfect. I withdraw my concern. Thank you.
And
Thank
just
you,
another
Councillor
word of
Chen.
caution with the motion where it is now. I think Q2 is probably a bit premature, so getting a bit more time, maybe to September, would be helpful.
So we'll just deal with the amendment and then see where we end up, and then we'll ask administration just to confirm what availability is before council votes on the final motion.
Okay. Councillor Salvador?
nope, I'm not on.
So no, any other questions on the amendment? So we are ready to vote on the amendment? Oh, sorry, close the discussion. Anyone to speak on the amendment? Councillor Salvador to close on the amendment.
Nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, amendment is carried.
So MJ's just going to put the revised motion on the floor. And just, we're going to change the due date to Q3 of 2024.
Okay,
Based on a recommendation from administration.
thank you.
Thanks, MJ.
Okay, we are back on the motion as amended. Any questions? Any further questions? No. Anyone to speak? I'm going to get a list. Anyone wants to speak, please sign up now. Then we'll take a break. So I get a sense how many people are speaking. Okay, only Councillor Paquette is speaking, and then Councillor Cardinal will close. So can we finish this? Then we extend our break?
So moved.
Okay, please.
Second.
Yeah. Vote. Okay, Councillor Paquette, please.
Yeah,
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Yeah. That is carried. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
It's like you had foresight. Yeah, I get it. I 100% get it. I have heard from folks who say like, hey, why don't you just put Fairgates? I saw it in this town or that town, and maybe it seems to work. I get it. And also the public. Look, we've planted a lot of seeds in the past year and a half when it comes to transit and downtown public safety. And those seeds are growing. We have things that are happening. And it gets frustrating because you want to pull on those shoots and get them to grow faster, but that's not the way it works. But we are seeing that our efforts that we have been making over the past 18 months are starting to pay off, evidenced by the fact that the province itself is investing into transit safety. Our message has been heard. There is a delay between how the public feels and what their experience is to what we are doing and what is ramping up. We heard extensively from ETS over the past couple of days that they take this extremely serious. They are absolutely certain that their approach is the right one and that it's going to work and that it is working, and evidence shows that it is working, but that lag is there between the experience and the numbers. And I get it because, hey, just like everyone, I have people in my life who are like, oh, I don't know, I'm hesitant to take transit because that is the message that's out there. And that's what we are reacting to. But we already have all of these other, this could be, added to the matrix, except for the fact that the literature says it doesn't work. And even the places that have had results coming in, it's about many different factors, and they cannot even pinpoint their data to that one effort because it's always a suite of efforts. CUDA sets the standard on this kind of research and this kind of approach. This isn't even in their list of things that are recommended to be effective. And we know it's not effective. We know that. Just because Calgary wrote the report doesn't mean it's just Calgary. They did a massive jurisdictional scan. It's a big report. It's a good report. We can duplicate that with this motion, sure. But boy, that's a lot of resources to throw at duplication for what will end up being effectively negligible results. So when we put all the rhetoric aside, and all we are focused on is what is the best return on investment, what approaches can we make that will yield the greatest results with the resources that we have. It's clear that what we have set in motion and what we are contemplating as far as expanding what we've set in motion is the best value for dollar and will be the most effective. And again, like I said, I get it. I get the idea of wanting to explore this. There's no harm in information, and I would actually be the first in line to support this if I didn't already know through research and through the work that has already been done that it will be ineffective, and therefore it's largely a waste of time and money. If I didn't know that, I would be supporting this. And someone could say, well, you can't know it because it's not Edmonton specific. Well, if we relied on Edmonton specific for everything, we probably wouldn't get very far. There's a reason that we do jurisdictional scans. There's a reason that we have comparators. There's a reason that cities talk to each other and learn from each other. So we don't have to duplicate efforts, and we don't have to spin our wheels on things that we know don't work. And frankly, I know that there's a large contingent of people who are convinced that this will work, except for the fact that the evidence shows it won't. And even evidence that may lean toward that is not evidence, because there are way too many factors in that to consider. So if I was going to spend the money, I'd rather spend it on proactive security, enforcement, and help for those who need help.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cardinal to close.
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. There's been a lot of discussion these last couple of days about transit safety. There was discussion last week as well. And the common refrain that I've gotten from people that have been paying attention to those conversations, from people I represent, from people that live in my house, from people that use transit on a regular basis is this: when is City Council going to stop trying to convince us that it's safe and listen to us when we say we perceive that it isn't, that we are fearful? Even if the number of incidents are coming down, I don't want to play LRT roulette and be the next one that has an incident. We've heard that when the police are in the station that people know, and that serves as a deterrent. Right now, there's 7 police officers at a time working. In a year, we'll get 50 total, a third of that is 17 on the whole system. 17 officers that we know factually act as a deterrent. Maybe TPOs offer some deterrent value. Maybe we can increase those numbers. Maybe if the motion that was previously offered passes in the spring, we'll see some of those things. This is a serious issue. This is a very serious issue for a lot of people. And we need to look at having all of the tools available to us. So we need to consider not just what we're already doing, but things that we're not. After all, if the things that we are already doing were working so well, we wouldn't have this constant conversation every 2 months about how transit is perceived to be unsafe. South Campus stabbing on a platform a couple of years ago, on the platform. Lady pushed onto the tracks at Health Sciences, on the platform. Woman beaten by 2 12-year-olds waiting for a train, on the platform. Those things happened on the platform. And if we're talking about the space around the platform or a space around the station and providing a safe haven for people to actually wait for the train, then this is an idea worth considering. I know that my own kids, when they have to cross into the station and get into the Churchill platform, they go to the stairway that has the least distance in the pedway. If there was a fare gate when you took the escalator down to the platform, they would be in a safe place. I think we need to think about that. I think we need to take the feedback that we are being offered by the people that are paying the bills. Maybe this is more about perception than reality, but that perception is what's going to allow us to continue to build the system, to augment the system. It's very hard to go out and say you're getting a 6.6% property tax increase, and in part so that we can augment transit and have the immediate response come back, transit isn't safe, constantly and consistently. We need to consider all of the tools. And so asking for a report that comes back and consider those tools, I don't think is the end of the world. I take offense to some of the other inferences that have been made here, but I'm not going to repeat them. I think we need to figure out whether this is worth doing. I think this report comes back and gives us those options. I think we need to really consider that. I'll offer one more point of anecdote, I suppose, in talking to a number of younger people, people that attend the university, attend Grant MacEwan, again, one of which works in my office. It's the platform that scares those kids. And they look at our system and they view it as mediocre. They view it as something you use until you can find something else to use. And if this transit system is ever going to be about moving people from one place to the other on a competitive basis to actually be complementary to our mobility system, to actually be a competitive alternative to owning a car, then it's going to have to start being perceived to be safe. And this might be part of the puzzle to have that perception improve. So I encourage you to support this and get the report that so many people are asking us to get.
Thank you, Councillor Cornwell. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Oop. Well, we are taking a break for now. Okay.
So if you just want to call a recess now, Mayor Sohi, and then follow
We are
me
on
out.
the recess.
We are live.
Okay, I am about to call the meeting back to order, so we will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Hello. Councillor Stevenson.
Hi there.
Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
A fair afternoon to you.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Mayor, so he will be joining us right away. Councillor Hamilton. I'm here. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmell.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
I'm here.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hi, okay, so we have called this meeting back to order, and I understand that there is one more subsequent on this item. So could that person that would like to do the subsequent please sign up?
Yeah, we're just refreshing.
Is it Councillor Tang? Okay, I will go to Councillor Tang.
I'd like to move that administration cease providing bi-monthly updates to council and move to providing quarterly updates on the progress of the transit safety plan and the downtown core, as well as complimentary memo with data until such time as council provides new direction.
Second, and can I call the question?
Second.
Just a second, so Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Councillor Tang moved it.
So I would say a councillor gets to at least introduce the topic before we call question on debate, just as a courtesy.
Can I?
Yes, please go ahead and introduce your subsequent, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I really appreciate these updates. I know, part of why we want to keep this top of mind on the table is because this is very much a council priority.
Yeah, so can I just check, I don't know, did we?
Yeah, we voted.
Yes, we did vote on the other motion, and it was carried.
Thank you. Sorry,
Councillor Cartmell's motion was carried, as amended. And now, please go ahead, Councillor Tang, continuing. Sorry about that interruption.
No, it's okay. So this is just in response to some of the discussion from the conversation today. And, I think with the city manager's comments around a quarterly sets a more evenly pace for these updates and making sure that transit safety remains top of mind and a priority for council and for administration and our partners. And in between, it actually offers a bit of a room for maybe some alternative discussions, such as workshops to dig into some of the data we're collecting, ride-along site visits that really allows not just council members, but working with our staff and partners to kind of get on the ground and understand what is going on. And I do think that's a better use of time and resource, rather than tying up a lot of time and resource in this room, sitting down, asking questions, reading reports, or writing reports. I think it's worthwhile to have some of those different methods of interaction with this topic. And there is this piece around the complimentary memo. I think it's nice to have something on record. The current pace actually doesn't quite allow for that, and the quarterly would allow more room for written reports to go along with what we get verbally, and allowing us to continue to prioritize safety and get a much more grounded perspective on what is needed and what are the gaps. Thank you.
Call the question.
Second.
Okay.
Is that with unanimous consent?
Yes.
No, if it's unanimous consent is like everybody.
Yeah, nobody's saying no. Yeah. Okay.
If there's any objections, you need to put that to the vote, Mayor Sohi.
Nobody's raising any objections? Yeah. I'm not hearing any objections, so let's vote. Yes.
We are just going to. Hang on.
Sorry, somebody's on the board. Yes, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
I just have a very quick question to administration.
We call the vote.
No, I was signed before you called the vote. And my name was on the board before you called the vote.
The vote has been called, so I don't know what the Yeah.
Can you just clarify if we're voting on the motion or voting on the question? Are you voting on previous question, which is to stop debate and vote? Or are you voting on the main motion?
So I have not dealt with this before, so what we will vote on the call, the question has been called, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll vote on that first. Please vote. Yeah, it is not debatable, right?
Yeah, it's
not
debatable. It's the whole point of it.
I'm just sending the vote out now.
Question.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Now we'll just put the motion on the floor that you're voting on.
Now, motion on the floor, and we directly go to vote, right?
Yep.
Okay, please vote.
Point of order.
No, Councillor Rice, the vote's been called already.
Yeah. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. In camera one. So we'll go in camera. Can someone move? We go in camera, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
For sections 21 and 24 of the FOIP Act.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks.
Councillor Rice? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll clock the
We're back online.
Okay, back on Councillor Hamilton.
Yep, I'll move that the presentation from December 12th, 2023 Office City Manager Report be added as attachment 1, and that the December 12th Office City Manager Report remain private pursuant to sections 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials. And that the pre-budget submission priorities as outlined on slides 3 to 8 of attachment 1 of the December 12th, 2023 Office of City Manager Verbal Report be approved for advancement to the Government of Canada. 3, that attachment 1 of the December 12th, 2023 Office of City Manager Verbal Report remain private pursuant.
Second.
Same
Sorry.
section.
Yeah, I moved that already, okay? Thanks.
Second by Councillor Paquette. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Over to 7.7 to Chair Principe to introduce the item.
Maybe I'll let Councillor Knack introduce the item because he was chairing the meeting at that time.
Sure. Quickly, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, so fairly quick. So there was a good conversation at committee. We had members of who are tenants of Ortona come out to speak about some of their concerns and things they felt that were missing. We were trying to figure out what a motion would look like, but we were not interested in sort of crafting it on the fly. So we thought if we could requisition this up to council, it would give Councillor Paquette, who was going to take the lead on that, a week to work on some wording. And so I think Councillor Paquette will likely jump on the board with a motion that would hopefully cover what we heard at the committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, can you please move the motion?
Yeah, I actually don't have it in front of me, but I think
in-
it's coming up on screen. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. I'll move that that attachment 1 of the October 30th Community Services Report, CS02019, be revised by adding the following. Payment of the funding will be conditional upon 1, Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton forming an Arts Hub Ortona Community Artist Advisory Committee to be maintained throughout the term of the agreement, and 2, confirmation that Arts Hab Association of Edmonton has the ability to grant licenses to artists of varying term lengths as negotiated between the Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton and the artists, and that the funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Arts Habitat Association of Edmonton to support the operating costs and cover lease capital and property tax obligations for the Ortona Armory as outlined in the revised attachment 1 of the October 30th, 2023 Community Services Report be approved, and for dramatic
It's in the chat
effect.
if you want to read the rest out.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay.
It just says that, and that the agreement be approved and the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the city manager.
That's literally what I was about to say.
Good, right on. Okay, need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Knack. Okay, got it.
Okay,
We have more- And administration, you checked with the administration on this, they're cool?
They're very cool.
Okay, can you make a quick introduction, please, then?
Yeah, so this was in response to what we heard from the artists in the community, and we worked with administration to see if this was workable, and indeed it is. And it's that simple, and I'm hoping it'll get support, but I do understand that there are some questions for administration and some potential amendments to the motion.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Mr. Main. I see you're online again.
Yes, hello.
Hi there. I just have questions about the funding for Arts Habitat. Now, in the report that we have, it shows an amount for administrative costs.
Yes.
And, or salaries and wages. So that's the
Yes.
direct staff of Arts, or for Ortona Armory only?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's not administration for any of the other buildings?
That is correct.
Okay, so was, what was the amount that Arts Habitat received those years that it was not usable because it was going through renovations. Was there a decrease in the payment? The amount received by the city?
Sorry, one moment, please. I'm just having an audio issue. My great apologies. I do apologize. Could you please ask the question again?
Sure. I was just wondering if there was a decrease in the amount of money that the city gave to Arts Habitat during the time that Ortona Armory was under renovation.
No.
No. Okay. So, all right. Interesting. Okay, so another question of mine is, I know that prior to the renovation, artists were paying $4 per square foot, and now that's going to jump up to $10 per square foot, correct?
The budget is based on a $12 per square foot per annum, or $1 per square foot per month.
Okay. Okay, and it was, one of the points was to make sure that it remains financially viable. How will that change? That seems like a significant jump. I'm trying to understand why it has to increase that much. How will the city then will you rely less on the city for finances then?
Right. Would it be helpful if I gave a bit of an overview of the budget related to this funding?
I think we had that at the committee, right? So that presentation was made by administration and you. So, yeah. Does that, Councilor Principe?
No. Sorry, I didn't recall seeing any less financial contribution from the city. Is there?
Roger?
Yeah, Councilor, perhaps I can help. Arts Hub receives $450,000 for their overall organization, and that for the other services they provide. This funding, this agreement will solely be for the operations of the Ortona Armory, so separate from the other funding they receive from the city.
But they were receiving this funding while Ortona was being...
Not this funding. They received the $450,000. They get a sort of a base grant to deliver all of the services they provide, in managing the other properties. This is additional funding solely for the Ortona Armory.
Okay, so this funding wasn't supplied the last few years when it was...
No.
Okay,
Yeah, that was... As it's been closed, there's been no funding going into the
Okay, thank you for explaining that. That makes sense to me now. Thank you. So I'm trying to get an understanding of how this will make it more financially viable. I just cannot understand how going from $4 per square foot to $12 per square foot is necessary. That's a significant increase.
I'm not sure if Julian wants to answer. Councilor, it was $5 a square foot. It's certainly going to 12. That will represent about $100,000 towards the $800,000 operating cost of the building. So I think Arts have tried to look at similar rates and similar facilities for artists and come up with something that would reduce the amount of tax levy that are going to support the building, but still have a fair and affordable rate for artists.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rutherford?
Yeah, just a quick question. At committee, I had asked a question about in the contract agreement. It's very fuzzy on what is affordable. Like there's no defining factors around affordability. Has this been addressed at all in these conditions, or how would, for example, the advisory committee support that and making sure that these stay affordable for artists? Yeah, to the mover.
Yeah, so that's a good question, and there's been a lot of conversation around that. Now, it is possible for council to give direction saying, okay, make it less. That is a possibility. That would get reflected on the tax levy, just FYI, because there's nowhere else for that money to come from. The other thing is that we have the Edmonton Arts Council, and artists can apply for grants, and that could help to offset their personal costs for renting a space. So those are really, frankly, the only two options. Well, I mean, besides other granting organizations.
Well, I mean, I think about something like if they were creating a lease agreement and a user agreement, could there not be some sort of like a cap increase? Because right now it's 12, but what's stopping it from going up? Like, I don't understand in the contract at all how there's any kind of protections, because it even says in that contract, you know, that it's financially viable. So those two things can be at odds with each other. What is the higher order of priority? Supporting artists to have affordable space or financial viability?
That's
to Mr. Jevney.
To admit now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I answered at committee that's one of the reasons why we asked ArtsHab to manage the building, was as a group working with artists or working with arts organizations, they would have a better sense of what's affordable for artists in setting those rates. And then they would come back to council. This agreement's for 3 years, and then we'd have to reassess it at the end of the 3 years, whether we would continue with the same level of subsidy for the building as we have now, or whether you'd want lease rates to go up to cover more of the cost.
When you were working on this motion, was there any reflection on that concern that was brought up at committee?
Not for the motion. I think the mover was looking at the concerns from the speakers around the longer terms, and I forgot the other part of the motion, but we provided information that Councilor Paquette was seeking.
And what is if you remind me what their reporting obligations are, would it just be at the end of the 3-year term?
No, there's annual reports on both the performance of the facility as well as ArtsHab in general, and that ArtsHab annual report comes back to council. If there are any surpluses in the building, they go into the capital reserve that we hold for future capital investments. So if the rates, and then that gives us the ability to adjust at the end of the 3 years or sooner if there's something glaring in the annual reports.
Would they need to report any rent increases in those annual reports?
They would. I mean, that's part of what we would expect in reporting.
That provides me comfort. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Well, we had 501. Councilor Paquette, quick question?
Oh, yeah, very quickly. So I'm just putting out there to administration, you can respond to this. This is the motion on the floor. If council wanted to introduce some form of like,
No.
oh, okay.
Somebody needs
Some sort of rent control, basically, just to put a cap on the amounts. Council could make that amendment to the motion, but I can't amend my own motion.
Yeah, and like Mr. Drocky's on the call from real estate. I don't know if he's got any perspectives on council setting caps or any other kind of limits on the leases. I know there are some where they're tied to expenses, but
yeah,
I don't know if anyone from real estate's got a perspective on that.
But the recommended, just one moment. And then but the recommended approach from administration is that because this is 3 years, see how it works. It may not work well at all, but it might be okay. And to give everyone a chance to find out what those different potential solutions are. And then we reassess. And if at that time it's like, you know what, this just didn't work at all, then we change the model.
Yeah, that's why we went 3 years. And certainly the initial rents were set based on the comparators at the Orange Hub and then Harcourt House for other artists.
Okay, and then last question is that with the formation of Arts Hub Ortona Community Artist Advisory Committee, or Community Artist Advisory Committee, those conversations will probably be happening in short order, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that was what will be the intent of that committee, is they can give feedback on affordability or other issues related to the operations of the building that they would want ArtsHab to address.
So it may not even take 3 years to look at the question.
Oh, they may get adjusted, and if, I guess if no one applied, then we would have to review the structure of those leases that would go out to artists.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paquette. So please vote.
Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice, are you able to vote? Mayor Sohi will show Councillor Rice is absent. We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay. Only thing we have left now are motions pending. Oh. Sorry?
Continue.
Motions pending. I understand they're time sensitive. Can we extend the order by 15 minutes?
Yes, moved.
Second.
Sorry about that, clerk. I was hoping it will be done by 5, but Kristen, okay.
That's fine. Do you want to call the vote?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Councillor Rice, are you with us? I'll show Councillor Wright is absent. We have 12 votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, that's carried. Okay, on first one is Shansi Inglewood parcels. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that administration provide a report to sell the city-owned Shansi parcel at 16704 66th Street Northwest, legally described as Block C, Plan 2887AQ, and obtain the Inglewood parcel at 11315 128th Street Northwest, legally described as Lot 17 to 19, Block 5, Plan RN60, through a link transaction returned to Council in first quarter 2024.
Second, and can you make the introduction, please?
Oh, okay, yes, thank
Sorry,
you.
could you clarify who seconded that?
I seconded.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So this is a portion of land that is now currently on sale, Shansi, which is located in the ward that I represent. And we're just looking at an opportunity to possibly consider a form of an agreement in order to not purchase, but to receive a portion of land that's located within Councillor Rutherford's ward, which could be used as green space, which is very necessary in this area. And this was just an opportunity to possibly consider this.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. You said that it is now up for sale, and I'm wondering, was that your understanding of the plan when you made notice of the motion?
It was not. At the time when I made notice of motion, it was not for sale at that time.
Did you have an understanding of that time when the parcel of land would go up for sale?
It was my understanding that it would go up for sale at the end of December.
Okay, and so maybe my question to administration is why the sort of, you know, it doesn't look good when a councillor makes a motion 6 weeks ago or notice of a motion, and then it seems that there's quite a communication breakdown here that on this. So I was wondering if we could have an explanation as to how that decision was made.
Hello, Councillor Hamilton. It's Bart Chiraki from the real estate branch. Yep, so with this parcel of land, this is something that we have been communicating with one of the individuals here that's looking to acquire the site. So we had mentioned throughout the course of the year that when it comes to any parcel of land, especially one that's 20 acres in size that could be redeveloped, that we would always list that property publicly, and then it provides that actual avenue for anybody to submit an offer with all other offers that could come in at that point in time. And we had encouraged the party to submit at that stage so we could review an offer that would include a potential combined transaction, which would be both looking at an Inglewood component to this and the sale of the Shansi parcel. I had understood that the group that's been referenced here has been open to that idea. And so we had notified them back in September that we would we would look to list the parcel as soon as we could. Through some of the subdivision work, we were delayed a little bit, and so we couldn't actually get this listed until just earlier this month, but we had actually originally anticipated listing this land actually back in October or earlier. And so it really was to fulfill that aspect. I totally understand, though, how there was the notice of motion that came in November that created a bit of the situation that we're in right now. But I would suggest that we would, in any event, return back to council with a report, which would speak to all offers that come in, which could actually include one of these so long as we receive that application.
Okay, so if this motion were to pass, does that preclude you from bringing back that report?
In terms of, so the timeline here is the first quarter of 2024. It could be that this would align with that time in any event, and we would just provide a report back to executive committee typically around the outcome of the property offering, which would hopefully also speak to an offer that was submitted that includes potential land swap that includes the Inglewood site.
Yeah, sorry,
Yep.
would you mind clarifying what you mean by outcome? Is that pre or post sales agreement?
The land that's being listed for sale in Chauncey, we value at over $5 million. And so we wouldn't, as an administration, have the delegated authority to enter into any sale agreement. Normally, we would try to negotiate an agreement in principle with a buyer, but it would not mean that we would be able to sign it. We would actually have to come back to committee first and foremost. And so council would have the authority or the ability to review all offers at that stage as well.
Thank you. And I think maybe in my last minute here, the discussion around the Inglewood parcel, I think, is still really live. And I think there's some concern that it's not seen as a priority acquisition for administration. And I just want to clarify if you might see that as a priority acquisition, or if that, maybe I'll leave the question there so you have time to answer.
I would defer a little bit to our UPE folks to maybe provide a more fulsome answer, but they may not be on the call. So what I have heard from UPE is that generally speaking, there is not a lack of open space within this area. However, if an offer came in which looked at providing this land to the city, then it's absolutely something we would consider. So would it be prioritized if we're looking at it from an acquisition perspective? I have heard that that's not the case. We would look at other parcels where there would be a larger need for open space in other neighborhoods potentially. But I would defer, maybe that could be a question that could be provided back to administration to respond back to within UPE.
That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
To the mover, given this information, did you have another motion? Because I know you gave this notice of motion and then the context changed, and we could sit here and discuss whether that was appropriate or not, but I know it's not usually in order to change a motion so significantly, but I'm wondering what you're, based on the answers you heard, should we just let this stand, or would there be benefit in putting the other motion on?
That is a wonderful question, and that is why I've signed up to actually ask that request to restate my motion in order so that it is more in line with the situation that we're currently in.
What is the restated one?
The restated motion would be, would you like me to state that now?
Yeah, I thought, yeah, please, because
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, City Clerk. Let me quickly.
If you can just pop it in a chat to me, that would be excellent.
Yes. Okay, that administration provide a report outlining proposals from the top candidates for the sale of the city-owned Chauncey parcel at 16704 66th Street Northwest, legally described as a portion of Block C, Plan 2887AQ following the closure of public land sale on February 29th, 2024. The report shall include any proposals that include a linked transaction such as land exchanges to sell the Chauncey parcel and obtain the Inglewood parcel. Oh, I'm sorry, that part was not supposed to be in there. I'm going to delete that. Let me restate again. That administration provide a report outlining proposals from the top candidates for the sale of the city-owned Chauncey parcel at 16704 66th Street, legally described as portion of Block C, Plan 2887AQ, following the closure of public land sale on February 29, 2024. The report shall include any proposals that include a linked transaction such as land exchanges, should any submissions be received, and that a decision to ratify the sale would not be made before this report and due Q2 2024.
Thank you. Okay, questions on that, Councillor?
No, I do not.
Okay. Can you quickly introduce why this is different from what was originally proposed?
So this is different just because I was also taking in consideration of administration's advice of making it more of an open process.
Got it.
Just to make it just to show that we're doing a fair process.
Got it.
And that now that it is for sale, now that the parcel of land is up for sale, I don't think that that other motion would have necessarily been in order.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's it. I see no more questions. Please vote.
Can we just confirm that that was unanimous consent for the restatement?
Yep, yep.
And just give us one moment. I just need to confirm the wording with Councillor Principe. I'm not sure we have exactly right what you restated. I'm just going to send something back to you. One moment.
Yes, that looks correct, as you put in the chat.
That's the right one?
Yes, just let us get it loaded into the vote box.
Here we are. Okay. Okay, any questions? Reinstated? No. Please vote.
Yes, Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Press.
Sorry, was that Councillor Salvador?
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans, did the vote come through for you? I don't believe Councillor Jans is online. We will mark Councillor Jans absent. We have all of the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I move that the 124th Street Business Association be provided with $75,000 in one-time funding in 2024 to support capital projects with funding from the 2023 council contingency.
I'll second that. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
Thank you. So I appreciate that we always want to be very judicious with the use of our council contingency, and there are many, many worthy projects across the city. I'm bringing this forward consistent with decisions we've made in the past where we've looked to our council contingency when other options have been exhausted. when there's other funding on the table. So this project has received, there's $66,000 remaining from a federal grant that's at risk of being lost if it's not spent by March 31st. The BIA is exploring every and all opportunity to find ways to move this project forward. They will be looking at grants from other orders of government, private sponsorship, also BIA levy increase. This contribution would help them get closer to being able to complete the project and ensure that it can be done in a timely way given the deadline of the 31st. Some of this project has been a very long-standing one. You know, the city has you know, worked to support the project, but some of the delays and some of the costs associated with the project do relate to city processes and requirements as well. So I will put that out there. Look forward to any questions on this.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes. Councillor Salvador's yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador and Councillor Rice.
They're right, and then.
Sorry, I believe we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Notice of motion or motion without customary notice?
Oh,
See.
wait, I have a notice of
Oh,
motion.
okay.
I'm sorry, I was so excited. Okay, at the next regular council meeting, I'll move that administration revise the public engagement practice to include homeowners association as part of their consultation framework, and to provide an update to council how frequently the contact list is audited and email addresses and phone numbers are checked to verify that they are current and monitored.
Thank you, Councilor Hamilton. Any more notice of motions or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 5:21. Sorry, clerk, for being 20 minutes late. Sorry about that.
It all worked out.
Yes, thank you.
I had a community league, sorry, that's like last night.
Yeah, happy holidays, everyone. Enjoy the break.
No, we.
That's non-regular meeting. Friday is non-regular.